Welcome to HOJO Radio.
The Spry Treat of the Week. Spry croquettes, tempting golden brown croquettes so crisp and tender crusted they break at the touch of a fork. Delicious? For crispy, full-flavored fried foods, get pure, bland, all-vegetable shortening at its creamy best. That's Spry. S-P-R-Y.
Our next broadcast is a radio and television comedy series that ran for over 3 decades, from 1932 to 1955 on radio and from 1950 to 1965 on television. It won numerous awards, including the 1959 Emmy for Best Comedy Show, and is generally regarded as the high watermark in 20th century American comedy. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the Jack Benny Program on HOJO Radio.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Matherfield, California, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Army Air Corps.
Friends, have you noticed how much better, how much richer tasting Jell-O is today? Well, that's because Jell-O's grand flavor is now locked in, protected for your pleasure by Jell-O's new and exclusive process. This marvelous process locks the flavor right into the tiny Jell-O particles, gives you extra goodness, brings you a new high in dessert enjoyment. Yes, Jell-O is the perfect dessert, a dessert that fairly coaxes you to enjoy it. Its color and beauty make Jell-O so enticing, and its rich tang and flavor just can't be beat. Jell-O offers you flavor as refreshing as the juicy ripe fruit itself. Swell, tempting flavor that's extra delightful because it's locked in. Prove to yourself how much better Jell-O's locked-in flavor really is. Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no telltale aroma, no sign of escaping fragrance and flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O, and notice how Jell-O's captive goodness comes pouring out in a rush of richness. Get Jell-O tomorrow, friends. There's a real thrill waiting for you when you try Jell-O's new locked-in flavor.
Army Air Corps, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, our broadcast today originates from Matherfield, near Sacramento. Matherfield, where Uncle Sam's Eagles of the Sky are trained.
Yes, sir.
Those young men whose flying ability and courage make them unquestioned monarchs as they soar through the clouds.
Whee! You said it.
So, without further ado, we bring you a man who gets dizzy when he looks over the edge of a teacup, Jack Benny.
Thank you, fellas, thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, that was a fine build-up. Imagine saying I get dizzy when I look over the edge of a teacup. Well, I read fortunes in a gypsy tea room for 5 months without taking one spill. Believe me, I'm no softy.
Well, Jack, all I meant was...
I don't care what you meant. And for your information, Don, when I was a youngster in Waukegan, Illinois, I was the first person there to fly.
To fly? Why, I never knew that.
Well, it's a fact. When I was about 7 years old, my father gave me a great big kite. I tied the string around my waist like a darn fool. A tornado came along, and I landed in St. Joe, Missouri. St. Joe.
They love you there.
Now, cut out that ad-libbing. You orchestra boys are here just to blow your brains out. And about one more toot should do it. But anyway, that's the truth, Don. I was on the end of that kite, and I lit in good old St. Joe.
But, Jack, weren't you hurt when you came down?
No, Don. You see, my ears stuck out in those days, and I glided right into a 3-point landing. 2 elbows and my cigar. Oh, really? I wasn't hurt at all.
A cigar? My goodness, Jack. Did you smoke a cigar when you were 7 years old?
I had it in my mouth, Don, but I didn't light it until I was 21. I had terrific willpower. Well, if it isn't our own little bundle for broadcasting. Hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hi, you fellas. Contact.
Say, you did all right. Well, Mary, how do you like it at Matherfield?
Oh, swell. But you know, Jack, all the boys here are so bashful.
Yes. Yes, they are a rather quiet group of fellas, you know.
And they're so shy and reserved.
That's right. All they think about is aviation.
Yeah. Now let's start over and quit kidding.
Now you're talking.
Say, Mary, I noticed you're wearing a pair of wings on your lapel. Where'd you get them?
Oh, the cutest aviator gave them to me. What a doll.
Gave them to you? Mary, these boys aren't supposed to give away their wings.
Well, he didn't give them to me exactly. When he backed away, they stuck to my coat.
Oh, I see. You kissed him. And you just met the fella?
Well, he reminded me that it was Mother's Day, so what could I do?
Well, that was sweet of you, Mary. So you gave him a nice motherly kiss.
Uh-huh.
Good.
Well, at least it started out that way.
Mary, why is it that every time we play a camp, you have to always...
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of Mother's Day, you know,
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well...
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of Mother's Day, you know...
Take a bow, kid.
I took it already.
Oh.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of Mother's Day...
How'd you come up here, Dennis? I didn't see you on the train.
Don't you remember? You put me in a crate in the baggage car.
Oh, that's right.
You promised to bring me water once in a while, but you didn't.
I'm sorry, kid. It slipped my mind.
The baggage man reached in for my autograph, and I bit him.
Well, that's my fault for putting Rover on the box, you know. I should have known better.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of Mother's Day, you know what I sent my mother?
No, what'd you send her, Dennis?
A picture of me at the age of 45.
What?
I drew some bags under my eyes.
Oh, well, it was nice that you sent her something. Mary, I hope you didn't forget Mother's Day.
I should say not. I sent Mama 2 beautiful canaries.
2 canaries?
Yeah, one whistles deep in the heart of Texas, and the other one claps its wings.
Well, I'm sure the old girl will get a kick out of that, you know.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, fellas. Make the old man with the gray hair jealous.
Ah, what a reception. They love you here, Phil, don't they?
You're telling me. Say, Jackson, ain't this a coincidence? Here it is, Mother's Day, and we're at Mother Field.
That's Matherfield. And although I pronounced it wrong last week, and speaking of Mother's Day, Phil, did you remember your mother?
Yeah, she's a little white-haired lady, about 5'2".
I don't mean that. I don't mean that at all. I mean, what did you send her?
Oh, well, I'll tell you, Jackson. I cut off one of my curls, put it in a small box, and mailed it to her.
Cut off one of your curls? Well, that's the corniest thing I ever heard of.
I'd like to see you do it.
I can do it, don't worry.
Well, personally, Phil, I think that sending your mother a lock of your hair was a very sentimental gesture. I bet she got a big kick out of it.
Well, I don't know. I got a wire from her this morning that said, "Received fried noodles. Where's the chop suey?"
Well, I'll be doggone. At least you meant well. Hey, Dennis.
Yes, please?
Dennis, I think it's about time for your song, so go ahead and entertain the boys.
Okay. I'm so sick of dog biscuits I could scream.
Forget about that crate. Now go ahead with your song.
Girls are girls in Londonderry, in Kilkenny, Cork or Kerry. From the Shannon to Duncannon, they're all sweet as can be. But there's one who'll soon be knowing that my heart is overflowing. 'Tis an Irish girl I love, and she's just like you. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you.
That was Johnny Doughboy, sung by Dennis Day. And Dennis, that was swell.
Thanks. And I'd like to dedicate that number to all the navigators, pilots, and enlisted men here at Mesa Field.
Well, that's very nice. And now, folks...
What's a navigator, Mr. Benny?
I'll explain it to you later, kid.
Tell him now. I'd like to get the leakage.
Okay. Well, the navigator, fellas, is one of the key members of the air crew. I mean, he's the man who must plan the entire mission on what is known as a Mercator chart.
Oh, I get it.
Just O for me.
Well, let me explain it this way. When the plane takes off, the pilot proceeds to an initial point, and the navigator instructs him what compass course to fly from this point. The navigator must next determine the ground speed, and in order to do this, he solved what is known as a triangle. You know what a triangle is, don't you?
Sure, a man, a woman, and a guy under a sofa.
Phil, it's not your kind of a triangle. It's a wind triangle. Anyway, it is frequently necessary to check accuracy by making celestial observations. To make these observations, the navigator uses an instrument known as a sextant.
Ooh, what he said.
Dennis, pay attention. Thus, no use, I'll have to talk to that kid. Thus, by noting his compass and using the sextant, the navigator can determine his precise position. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah, how can you use such big words without your teeth flying out?
I've got a bridge like the Golden Gate, and keep still. And now, folks, as I was about to announce...
Mary Livingston will read one of her famous poems.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. I don't care if you did write a poem. You're not going to read it tonight.
You let me read my poem, or I'll tell all these fellows that when you were in the Navy...
Never mind.
You went up to the crow's nest looking for eggs.
Well, I was hungry. All right, Mary, what's the title of your poem?
She was only a pilot's sweetheart, but she sure had a lot of control.
Good. Proceed.
Here we are at Mesa Field, near the town of Sacramento, in the good old USA, where FDR is presidento.
Well, we know where we are, anyway. Now, get going.
I met a boy here yesterday and got acquainted right away.
You always do.
He was so handsome and so cute in his new zoot suit with a parachute.
Some description.
Say, Jack.
What?
Did Longfellow work with a stooge?
No.
Then keep still.
Oh, pardon me. Go ahead.
He showed me his plane with motors twin and said to me, let's go for a spin. But we'd had no introduction, so I stayed right there for ground instruction.
Good. How many more verses, Mary?
One more, and it's all about bombardiers.
Okay.
I'd like to be a bombardier and drop a bomb on Hitler's ear.
Well.
And when he turned to see what got him, I'd drop another on his...
Very good. Very good, Mary. Very, very good. That was a swell poem. Mary, you did a fine job there. Now, Phil, I think the only thing that could follow Mary's poem would be a good hot band number. So go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in. Yes?
Mr. Benny, I'm from Postal Telegraph. Would you like to buy a war savings bond and send it to Fred Allen?
Well, I'd like to buy a bond, but why should I send it to Allen?
The shock
would kill him. I know. You got an idea there. Come on out in the hall, Bud. I'll write you a check. Play, Phil. Can't give you anything but love, baby, from that new colored caravan in New York. And played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Say, Phil, come here a minute. I've got some very important news for you.
What is it?
You too, Dennis. Now pay attention.
Okay, hold my yo-yo.
Put that down. Now, fellas, now listen carefully. Incidentally, Mary and Don already know about this. But it so happens, fellas, that the end of this season will be our last year with Jell-O.
What?
You mean we're going to get fired?
I knew it couldn't last. We've been getting away with murder.
Now, wait a minute. Here's what happened. Our sponsor, Mr. Mortimer, got in town from New York last Wednesday, called me up and said he wanted to see me about a very important matter.
Were you worried, Mr. Benny?
About losing my job? Of course not.
Not much you weren't worried.
Well, I wasn't.
Then why were you in Rochester rehearsing Uncle Tom's Cabin all week?
That's only for the summer. Mervin's going to direct it. Now, we're going to play up and down the coast.
Can I be a bloodhound, Mr. Benny?
Yes, Dennis, I'll just take the crate off of you. Anyway, fellas, the sponsor called up, so I made a date to see him that afternoon. Mary, Don, and I got in the Maxwell, and Rochester drove us over to Mr. Mortimer's office on Hollywood Boulevard. Rochester, will you please watch what you're doing?
What's the matter, boss?
Take it easy. We're not supposed to drive over 40 miles an hour anymore.
Anymore?
Yes.
This car couldn't hit 40 if it was dropped off the Empire State Building loaded with mercury.
Now, wait a minute. The speedometer says 62.
That's nothing. It says 50 when we're out of gas.
What?
But I'll kick it back to 15 if it'll make you feel better.
Just take it easy. You know, I've got a lot on my mind today.
Oh, calm down, Jack. Just because our sponsor's in town and wants to see you doesn't mean you're going to get fired.
Oh, yeah?
Why, certainly, Jack. Mr. Mortimer probably just wants to speak to you.
Yes, and I know what he'll say. Goodbye, Benny. Hello, Skelton. We're dead ducks, I tell you. Rochester, there'll be a rehearsal tonight. Now, remember, you're going to be Topsy.
Why can't I be Uncle Tom? My Topsy is Turvy.
There's no time for recasting. I tell you, if we don't... Rochester, watch what you're doing. You went right through a red light.
Boss, if you want the wheel, here it is.
Stick that back on there. I'm nervous enough. Imagine, Mary, I've been with Jello 8 years, and Mr. Mortimer wants to cast me aside like an old shoe.
Old shoe is right. Look at that pair you've got on.
Never mind.
And sewing those patches on your coat. Who do you think you're fooling?
Listen, Mary, a little sympathy won't hurt. You had to get all dressed up. Where do you think you're going, to a wedding? Don, tear your collar a little, will you? Right there on the side.
Now, Jack, you're just imagining things. I'm sure you're not going to get fired. After all, you're a great comedian.
I stink, and you know it. The heck with that soft stuff.
I'm serious, Jack. You're very important. Jello needs you.
I'd feel a lot better if I was sliced bananas. Oh, well. I wouldn't mind if I'd have saved my money. I'd only put something aside for a rainy day.
Well, don't worry, Jack. I can always go back to the May Company.
Thanks, Mary. I filled out your application this morning. Oh, I don't know what's going to happen.
I'd never leave you, boss. I'd work for you for nothing.
That's mighty sweet of you, Rochester.
I'm working for next to nothing now.
All right, just be thankful that you've got a job, which is probably more than I have.
Well, say, Jack, that's the building across the street, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it. Now, Mary, when we get in Mr. Mortimer's office, I wish you'd let me do the talking. You just sit in the corner and wipe your eyes once in a while, you know. I'll give you the cue.
Oh, hello, Mr. Benny. Mr. Mortimer is expecting you.
Yikes! Good morning, Miss Stewart. Don, you wait out here for us. Come on, let's go in, Mary.
Good luck, Jack.
Thanks.
Well, hello, Jack. Mary, glad to see you.
Hello, Mr. Mortimer.
Hello, Mr. Mortimer. Excuse me, I caught a cold. Down here in my chest. Just killing me.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, Jack, here's what I wanted to see you about.
You don't have to beat around the bush, Mr. Mortimer. I'm not a child. I can take it, you know.
Now, Jack.
But you can't do this to me, Mr. Mortimer. Mr. Mortimer. I've given the best years of my life to this program, and you're not going to shoo me aside like an old throw. It's not fair.
But, Jack, I can't understand what you're so upset about. I've got good news for you.
Well, spill it. He's halfway out the window now.
Just getting a little breath of air, that's all. What's the good news, Mr. Mortimer?
Here's the situation, Jack. You've been with Jello for 8 years, and naturally, we're very pleased with what you've done.
Uh-huh.
So, next season, General Foods wants you to broadcast for another one of our products.
You mean I'm not leaving your company? You mean we're going to be together next year?
You mean he sewed that patch on his sleeve for nothing?
Mary. Well, Mr. Mortimer, that is good news. Eh, Mary?
Shall I cry now?
It's not necessary.
Your cold is gone, too.
Mary, please. Well, thanks. Thanks very much, Mr. Mortimer. To tell the truth, I kind of expected this. And believe me, Mr. Mortimer, I'll work just as hard as ever.
We know that, Jack. Now, please give me that revolver. You won't need it.
Here you are. Gee, I can't wait till I tell Don Wilson. Well, goodbye, Mr. Mortimer. Come on, Mary. Oh, Don, I've got good news for you.
Good news? Well, what is it, Jack?
We're leaving Jell-O, Don. Next year, we're going to broadcast for another product.
What? We're leaving Jell-O?
That's right, Don. But they're going to keep selling it, you know. Don't worry,
But, Jack, do you mean to tell me that next season I can't talk about tempting and delicious Jell-O? America's favorite gelatin dessert?
Well, I'm afraid not, Don.
You mean I won't be able to tell people to get out of their neighborhood grocer and get Jell-O with a new locked-in flavor?
No, Don.
I won't do it, I tell you, I won't.
But, Don, don't cry. Look, you can still tell people to go down to their neighborhood grocer and buy this new product.
Well, as long as they're at their grocers, can't they buy a little package of Jell-O, too?
Well, of course, they'll always be able to get Jell-O. And here's something else, Don. Listen to this. Our new product will be economical, too, and who knows? It may even be delicious with sliced bananas. Why, it'll be wonderful, Don. Wait till we get rolling. You'll love us. Now, come on, kids. Let's go.
Here's a good idea, friends, for your next Jell-O dessert. It's peach and raspberry pie made with delicious raspberry Jell-O. Say, it's one of the most enticing treats you ever tasted. And nothing could be easier to make. Simply dissolve 1 package of Jell-O imitation raspberry flavor in 1.5 cups of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, then fold in 1 cup of heavy whipped cream and 2 cups of canned sliced peaches drained. Or, if you wish, use 1 box of quick frozen sliced peaches freshly thawed. Turn into a baked pie shell and chill until firm. The result will be one of the best desserts that ever graced a table. A wonderful combination of juicy sliced peaches and bright red raspberry Jell-O. Get several packages of raspberry Jell-O tomorrow. And when you do, be sure to ask for genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's locked-in flavor is extra rich.
This is the last number of the 32nd program in the current Jell-O series. And next Sunday, we will broadcast from the Army Air Force Replacement Center near Santa Ana, California. And, folks, it sure was great being here today at Mather Field. And I'd like to thank Colonel Leland R. Hewitt and his staff for all their courtesies. And incidentally, I wish all of the young men listening in could see this marvelous air navigation training center. Believe me, boys, a navigator ain't no small potato. Good luck, fellas, and good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloin and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
Take it easy, Mom. You know your young folks are going to eat when you give them sugar crinkles for breakfast. Yes, boys and girls love sugar crinkles. And no wonder. It's the sugar rice treat that's just right sweet. Makes breakfast more fun than a circus. Now, the reason sugar crinkles suit your folks to a T is this. Some sugar-coated cereals they've tried seem too sweet. Others don't seem sweet enough. But when they dip their first spoonful of sugar crinkles, they've discovered a sugar-coated cereal that's just right sweet. And say those young folks of yours love to dip into the pack and eat sugar crinkles as a snack, too. So better get several packages.
HOJO Radio, We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Santa Ana Air Base at Santa Ana, California, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Am an American. Sugar rationing, friends, affects all of us. It affects you, your grocer, the folks who make Jell-O, every one of us. And all of us are doing our best to meet the situation, and we're going to make this sugar rationing plan a success. Next time you go to the store, if you find that there's not a full assortment of Jell-O and Jell-O pudding flavors to choose from, don't blame your grocer. It may have been impossible recently for him to obtain a complete range of Jell-O and Jell-O pudding flavors as usual. Of course, he'll continue to have a good supply of both these popular Jell-O desserts on his shelves. But he may not be able to offer you all the flavors all the time. So take this into consideration when you buy. If the particular flavor you want isn't available, try another. Perhaps one that you haven't tried recently. They're all swell. But buy only for your present needs. In this way, there should be enough for everybody. Let's cooperate so that everyone can enjoy these two grand desserts, Jell-O and Jell-O puddings. I Am an American, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the United States Army Air Base at Santa Ana, we bring you a man who drove us here in his old tin canna, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, as long as I was nice enough to give the whole gang a lift down here in my Maxwell, I don't see any necessity for referring to it as a tin can.
But, Jack, your car isn't exactly the latest model, and besides, it's so slow.
What do you mean, slow?
Look, it's only 50 miles from Hollywood to Santa Ana, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, all I say is, if we leave Saturday morning, we should get here the same day.
All right, what's the big rush? We took our time and we saw beautiful scenery.
Well, I guess you're right, Jack. Wasn't such a bad trip after all.
You're darn tootin'.
And incidentally, I'd like to pay my share of the gas.
The gas? No, Don, forget it.
But, Jack, I wouldn't think of imposing. Now, how much was it?
Well, Don, let's not talk about it. No, let's not talk about it, please.
But, Jack, I insist. How much do I owe you?
Well, that would come to about... No, Don. Forget it. Say.
Now, Jack Benny, I demand that you let me pay my share of the gas. Here's a $20 bill.
Thanks. Well, Don, it sure is great broadcasting here.
Wait a minute. Don't I get any change?
Change? Oh, yes, pardon me. Your share of the expenses, Don, comes to $1.15, including...
Including what?
Insurance. You had full protection from the Randall Motor Club. I'll get your change. Wait till I open my purse. Here you are. Well, as I was saying, Don, it sure is great broadcasting for all these Army men.
Yes, Jack, I'm getting a big kick out of it.
Me too.
Well, look who's here, the sweetheart of the Air Force.
Keep 'em sighing, that's my motto.
Well, here we are, Mary. Isn't this a fine-looking bunch of boys?
You said it. If this was the cafeteria, I wouldn't know which one to pick.
Yeah. These guys like you, too, Mary. You know, they don't see many girls around here.
No, but they see plenty of them at Laguna Beach and Balboa.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. These boys don't go to Balboa to flirt with girls.
They don't, eh?
No. They go there to have fun on the roller coaster. And throw baseballs and win Popeye dolls. And ride in the Tunnel of Love.
With a Popeye doll, you're crazy.
Well, maybe I am.
Oh, Mary, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack Maxwell?
Lovely.
Now, Don, if Mary doesn't want to help pay for the gas, she doesn't have to. Forget it, Mary. Forget it.
No, I want to pay my share. I didn't chip in last time, and I got anonymous letters for a month.
Anonymous? I wonder who could have... Oh, yes. Anyway, Mary, you don't have to pay the $1.15 for this trip.
Oh, I'll pay it. Where else can I ride 24 hours so cheap?
Well, we would have made it much sooner, Mary, if it hadn't been for that bridge out.
And that's another thing. Why did you make us all get out of the car and look for your bridge?
Because we hit a bump and away it went. That's why. Anyway, I'm not asking you for the money, so what's the big argument?
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, that's quite a hand you got there.
Yeah. Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, all right. I thought I had the mumps early in the week, but it turned out to be a tennis ball.
A tennis ball?
It's a swell game, but I got to learn to keep my mouth shut.
Yes, that would help, you know.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Yeah?
I'd like to pay my share of the expenses.
Well, why didn't you say so? You owe me $1 even, Dennis.
Okay, here it is.
Wait a minute, Jack. How come Dennis pays only $1 and you had Mary and me down for $1.15?
There was a 15-cent reward. Dennis found my bridge. He's got very sharp eyes.
But, Mr. Benny, you said the reward was going to be 50 cents.
No, Dennis, 15. You see, kid, with my teeth out, it just sounded like 50. I'll show you, Dennis. Look. 50, 15. You see, they're exactly alike.
Oh, put your bridge back in.
I was just proving something.
Hiya, Jackson. Don't worry, fellas. The show will start rolling now.
What a ham. I suppose the show doesn't get started till you get here, Phil. Huh?
Oh, it gets started all right, but when I come on, I'm like a ray of sunshine, a breath of spring.
Phil, if that's spring on your breath, I've never smelled a Scotch Old Fashioned. See, they know you. They didn't even let me finish the gag. Oh, brother, do they know you? Where were you anyway, Phil?
Well, I stopped in at the 302 Club to say hello.
To say hello?
Yeah, my Aunt Sophie's the bouncer in there.
What?
Aunt her own, no aunt. The next time she slugs me, I'm going to defend myself.
Well, I don't blame you. Say, Don, go ahead and ask Phil, will you?
Ask him what?
You know, about the Axwell maid.
Oh, yes. Say, Phil, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack's car?
Yeah, it was all right. Wonderful scenery, too.
Oh, Phil, you remember that beautiful orange grove we passed with that gas station right in the middle of it?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me, Jackson. How much do I owe you?
Forget it, Phil. Forget it. For heaven's sake.
Okay. Say, Mary, ain't this a wonderful layout they got here at the air base?
It sure is. Colonel Robertson drove me all over in a Jeep.
You know, I've always wanted to ride in one of them things. I'll bet it's a lot of fun.
Say, $1.15 isn't going to make me or break me. Forget it, Phil. Forget it. Will you?
I did already. Forget it. Let's get on with the program.
Okay. Now, Dennis, I think it's about time for your...
I can't stand a chiseler. Dennis, I think it's about time for your song, so go ahead and entertain the boys.
Yes, sir.
I'll get a band leader next year that pays off, believe me.
Are with me, the cares of the day fade away, like the ship we watch at sea. When you're with me, each flower bursts into bloom, like the rose you gave to me. But when you're gone, the hours are over. And so, my love, I pray there may come a day there'll be more than just memories when you're with me. But when you're gone, the hours are all so long, they seem to reach into eternity. And so, my love, I pray there may come a day there'll be more than just memories when you're with me.
Yes, sir, that old Devil C. That was When You're With Me by Harry Glick and Jimmy Lambert, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, remember last week when I dedicated my song to the Navigators and you told me what a navigator was?
Yes?
Well, this week I'd like to dedicate my number to the Bombardiers.
Oh.
Can you pound that into my head?
Now, Dennis, I'm not going through that again. I'll tell you later.
Tell him now, Jackson. I'm an eager beaver, and I want to get help.
Eager beaver? What's that?
Well, that's what they call a cadet around here that's snappy, on his toes all the time, like me.
Oh. Well, Phil, you're not exactly an eager beaver. You're more the jerky turkey type. Whatever that means. However, fellows, if you want to know what a bombardier is, here goes.
Okay. Now, pay attention, Dennis Day. Do you want to be a dope all your life?
Quiet. Now, the bombardier, fellas, sits in the glass-enclosed nose of the ship. And when the navigator advises him they are nearing the target, he starts regulating his bomb sight. This delicate instrument represents the optimum in mechanical precision and coordination.
Oh, I get it.
Good.
Is it risque?
No, it's not risque. Now, fellas, a bombardier is chosen for steady nerves and exceptional eyesight, and is head man during the bombing operation. That is, he is in charge of the plane from the time the objective is sighted until he drops his egg.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Dennis, they're not really eggs, they're bombs. Oh, once the bombardier has released the bombs, he relays this fact over intercommunication, and the plane proceeds to its home base. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be twins or triplets.
Take it easy, Phil. He's expecting folks, you know. Anyway, fellas, I hope I have clearly explained the bombardier and bomb sight.
You certainly have, Jack. And now let me explain about Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in constant intercommunication with your neighborhood grocer, ask him for a package of Jell-O.
fine.
You will find that it's not only economical and easy to make, but it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. And I know a bomb sight more about Jell-O than I do about aviation. I thank you.
Well, you're in there punching, Don. I wish I'd have thought of that myself. You know, that's one of the cleverest. Come in.
Got a special delivery here from Mary Livingston.
I'll take it. Here you are, Mary.
Got a sign for it, you know, government regulation.
I know that. We've been getting special delivery letters for years.
I've been delivering them for years and never got one, though.
All right, all right. Mary, who's the
I haven't got my hand out to see if it's going to rain, you know.
Oh, yes, the tip. Here you are.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can buy a half of a Saturday Evening Post.
Get out of here. I think a nickel was poison or something.
Oh, Jack, this is the cutest letter. It's from that handsome navigator I met at Mather Field last Sunday.
Oh, Hutchison, eh?
Yeah, I call him Hutch. Listen to this. My dear Miss Livingston, or may I call you Doll?
Gee, he went right past Popeye, didn't he?
Get this, Jack. Just a line to thank you for the big box of homemade fudge you sent me. I've often had it with nuts, but this is the only time I ever found bolts in it.
Bolts in it?
They were really nuts, but I didn't take the shells off them.
Oh. Continue.
You know, I had a dream about you last night, Mary, and just as I put my arms around you, somebody shook me. This is the first time I was ever kissed by a top sergeant.
Well.
I understand, Mary, that you and your father are doing your program from Santa Ana this week.
Wait a minute. Did you tell that guy I was your father?
No, he classified you himself.
I'm prematurely gray, and he thinks I'm your father.
Well, my father's prematurely gray, and he's younger than you are.
All right. Younger than you are. Never mind. Finish the letter.
Anyhow, Mary, watch out for the cadets at Santa Ana. If you happen to go to Balboa with any of them, don't ride to the Tunnel of Love unless you take your father with you.
There he goes again. Mary, when you write to him, straighten that out, will you?
No other news, so we'll close with love to you from your own little Hutchie.
Hutchie's about 6'2", and he's getting kittenish there.
P.S. If you send me another box of that fudge, I'm going to keep it till I fly over Tokyo. That'll do the trick.
Hey, that guy writes a pretty good letter, but you know, Mary, I don't think you should be making fudge when everybody's trying to conserve sugar.
Sugar? Oh, that's what I forgot to put in it.
What a cook. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, we're going to offer a musical salute to, Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, I told you we should have never taken that boat of yours along on this trip. He's crazy.
Mr. Billingsley? What's the matter now?
He thinks he's a bombardier.
A bombardier?
Yeah, he's sitting on the radio of the car dropping ping-pong balls on an anthill.
Oh, he's just playing. He'll be okay on the way home.
He ain't going home. He says he's going to join the Air Force and kill Hitler.
Well, what's wrong with that?
About 5 minutes ago, he looked right at yours truly and said, "That suntan ain't fooling me, Adolf."
Oh, my goodness.
I don't even resemble the man.
Be calm now, Rochester. When I see Mr. Billingsley, I'll explain things to him.
Well, don't let your bridge work stick out. He thinks you're a Jap.
Well, look, Rochester, Mr. Billingsley won't hurt you. He's harmless, so don't worry.
Who's worrying? Did you ever notice the wing spread on my razor?
leave Mr. Billingsley alone. Now, Rochester, bring the car over here to the camp and pick me up right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
I got bad news for you. I wasn't able to get that blowout fixed.
You couldn't fix the blowout? Well, how are we going to drive home?
It's all set. We got 3 tires and a hoop snake.
Well, that might work. So long. I wish Rochester would try to understand Mr. Billingsley. After all, he paid me $115 to come down here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, we're going to offer a musical salute to a great American, George M. Cohan. The orchestra is going to play a medley of some of his most popular song hits, which are now in Jimmy Cagney's new picture, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Take it, boys.
I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, a Yankee Doodle do or die. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride the pony. I am a Yankee Doodle boy.
Any name can be, but with propriety, society will say Marie. But it was Mary, Mary, long before the fashions came. And there is something there that sounds so square, it's a grand old name.
You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever on high may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I know, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boast or brag. But should old acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the grand old flag. Keep your eye on that grand old flag.
That was a medley of George M. Cohan's most popular numbers played by the orchestra. Hope you're listening in, George, and that you're feeling fine. Now, Don, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so should we give the folks our surprise novelty?
Yes, Jack. Are you all set?
Wait till I put this clothespin on my nose. Wait a minute. 1 second.
Okay, Don. I guess I sound a little more like him now. Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as most of you probably know, Fred Allen will be on the air in a little while
And of late, he has been opening his show with an alleged comical analysis of the Jell-O program.
Hey, what is this?
You'll see, Dennis. You'll see.
Now, this evening, folks, we would like to give you a preview of approximately what Mr. Allen will say about the program we've just concluded. Mr. Allen would probably start out something like this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen, that meager beaver talking. And, Jimmy, did you by any chance listen to Jack Benny's program tonight?
Why, no, Fred, I didn't.
Well, you didn't miss much. Benny was broadcasting from the Santa Ana Air Base out in California. He's been playing quite a few air bases lately. That's because they've been giving him free oxygen for his flat lungs.
What else did he do, Fred?
Well, it seems that Benny drove his whole gang down from Hollywood in that old Maxwell of his and made them each pay for the ride. That's like putting a nickel in a jukebox to hear a raspberry.
Oh, Mr. Allen, will you stop running down Jack?
Porty, you stay out of it. And then, Jimmy, Mary read a letter that she got from a boyfriend at Mather Field. And this fellow thought Jack was her father. You can't blame the boy for thinking Jack Benny is that old. After all, the only reason George Washington stood up on the boat when he was crossing the Delaware was because Benny made his pants too tight. And then at the end of the program, he gave a corny imitation of me, and that's about all there was to it.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen, a preview of what Fred Allen will say about Jack Benny. So if you still want to listen to his program, don't say we didn't give you fair warning.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Dad and mother, sister and brother, they'll all love this swell new salad treat. Sea Dream salad made with delicious lime Jell-O. And there'll be extra pleasure in it for mother because it's so easy to make. Now, here's all you do. Just dissolve a package of lime Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Add 1 tablespoon of vinegar, 1/2 of 1 teaspoon of scraped onion, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, and a dash of cayenne, and pour it through a sieve. Then mold and serve on crisp lettuce with mayonnaise. And there's a delightful summer salad the whole family will enjoy. A tart, tantalizing salad made with cool emerald green lime Jell-O. Perfect for warm weather meals. Get a package of lime Jell-O tomorrow and serve this grand Sea Dream salad real often. But remember, when you buy, be sure to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's flavor is locked in, extra rich.
We're a little late, so thanks, Colonel Robertson and all the boys, and good night.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Baloyne and is broadcast each week by shortwave to our armed forces throughout the world.
Tenderleaf brand T-balls outsell every other kind. They serve so much better because they're superior in every way. They contain finer tea, a blend of the small top tea leaves, the kind you get in Tenderleaf brand tea, put up in packages, too. Either way, you get more delicious tea because the young, tender choice leaves are immeasurably better than the coarse old ones for tempting fragrance and satisfying flavor. And then, too, improved Tenderleaf brand tea balls are made with tasteless filter paper. That's a special paper that filters your tea as you're making it. Only the tea goodness can pass through its meshes into your cup. Enjoy it for breakfast these spring days and with other meals, too. Next time and every time, ask your grocer for Tenderleaf brand tea in packages or in Tenderleaf brand tea balls. Largest selling tea balls in America.
Our next popular broadcast began in August of 1949 on NBC Radio and ran until November of 1953. Set in the Midwest, it starred Robert Young as General Insurance Agent Jim Anderson and portrayed an idealized vision of middle-class American life of the era. It was created by writer Ed James. While the show is often regarded as an example of conservative nature of the American family life in the 1950s, it's also cited as to be slightly rosy portrayal as well. We proudly present to you Father Knows Best on HOJO Radio.
I
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons, brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. It was Oscar Wilde who said, "Children begin by loving their parents. As they grow older, they judge them. Sometimes they forgive them." There, in a very small nutshell, is the very foundation of what has become probably the least important of all American celebrations, Father's Day. Now, you may think that Father's Day is merely a time for the presentation of neckties that Father won't wear, socks that Father can't use, or books that Father hasn't time to read. But in Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, the Andersons have an entirely different conception of the day, like this.
Jumping creepers, why does it have to be on Sunday?
Betty, I think that's a very selfish attitude. After all your father has done for you.
But I'm going to buy him a necktie.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
I don't mind spending Father's Day with Daddy. You keep out of this.
Betty?
Well, she doesn't have anything else to do anyway. I do, too. I can do lots of things. Mother, I have a date with Dick Andrews, and I'll have to break it.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
I can go over to Patty's and play, or I can look at Jimmy Woody's television.
Kathy, we're going to devote the entire day to your father.
I know, but Betty said I didn't have any place else to go, and I do. Because I can go over to Patty's and play, or I can... Mother, everybody else buys their father a necktie or socks. Why do we have to be different?
Because your father is one of the sweetest men in the entire world. And I certainly think...
Well, sure, but why do I have to break a date just for that?
No matter what we buy for your father, we'll have to buy with his money.
I'll pay for it out of my allowance.
Which you get from your father.
Mother, you just don't understand.
Why can't we just polish the car or something?
Bud, the car is less than a week old, and your father has already polished it 4 times.
Well, this time we can do it.
Janie Liggett's buying her father a necktie, and she doesn't have to break her date for Sunday.
Betty, we'll not discuss it any further. Call Dick and tell him you're sorry.
Do I have to? Yes, you have to.
Kathy?
Why can't we clean up the garage or something?
Betty, go in and call Dick.
Oh, pooh. Just because it's Father's Day, I have to ruin my whole life.
Cleaning the garage would be a good Father's Day present.
Bud.
Yes, Mom?
You can forget about your silly butterflies for one Sunday.
But I promised Joe Phillips.
I thought you'd broken your date with Joe.
I did, but if we clean the garage the first thing in the morning...
We're going to spend the day with your father. We're going to wait on him hand and foot, cater to his every wish. Sunday's going to be his day, and that's final. So let's not talk about it anymore.
Now you can't even talk.
For that, Bud Anderson, you dry the dishes.
But I didn't say anything, Mom. All I said was you can't even talk.
It was the way you said it.
But, Mom, I didn't mean anything. All I said...
Daddy's coming.
All right, suppose we explain the whole thing to your father.
I'll dry the dishes.
And remember, not a word about Sunday. We want it to be a surprise, don't we?
Yeah, some surprise.
Bud.
Oh, sure, Mom. We sure do.
Chicken. Mother, if Dick Andrews never calls me again, it'll be your fault. He borrowed a car for Sunday and everything.
No, let's not worry about it, Betty. You'll get another girl.
Mother, how can you say that?
How can she say what?
Daddy!
Hi, Dad.
Well, how's the world's finest family tonight?
Hi, Father.
Hi. Hello, honey.
Hi, dear.
What's the matter with Camille?
Oh, nothing much, really. You're a little late, aren't you, dear?
What's in the package, Daddy?
Ice cream. Put it in the icebox like a good girl.
Oh, boy.
Want me to put your hat away, Dad?
Thank you very much.
It'll be a pleasure.
What's the matter with him?
Oh, we had a slight misunderstanding, nothing serious. Were you held up at the office?
No, I stopped off at Haney's garage on my way home.
Oh?
There's a very annoying rattle in the rear bumper. I'm not even sure we ought to keep that car.
Jumping catfish.
I beg your pardon?
That old wreck of ours made so much noise you couldn't hear yourself think. But if this one makes one little squeak...
Betty, as long as we had to buy a new car, we might as well have them put it in good shape.
Why don't you set the table like a good girl, Betty?
How else can you set the table?
And you help her, Kathy.
Yes, Mommy.
You know, Margaret, speaking of Sunday...
You said anything about Sunday?
Didn't I?
No.
Oh. Well, I met Hector Smith downtown today.
How is he?
He's fine. You know, he has a client over in Plainfield...
I haven't seen Elizabeth in ages. I'll have to call her after dinner.
Yes. Heck has a client over in Plainfield...
Maybe I'd better wait until tomorrow. We'll have such a lot to talk about.
Margaret, will you please let me tell you about Hector?
Why, of course, dear. Go right ahead.
All right. Try to tell a woman anything, it's just like... what was I talking about?
Plainfield, dear.
Oh. Well...
You see, I was listening.
Yes.
Even if you weren't.
Margaret. Hector was coming back from Plainfield the other day, and he decided to take a shortcut. Well, you know how Hector is. He got lost.
Oh, that's too bad. Is he all right now?
Nothing happened to him. He just got lost. Found himself on an old dirt road way back in the hills.
My.
Margaret, you don't have to keep making those little noises. I know you're listening.
Go ahead, dear.
Well, he found a lake. Just a little bit of a thing. He says it's the greatest spot for fish he's ever seen in his life. They were actually leaping out of the water. Bass, lake trout, everything. And every one of them dying to get on a hook. Margaret, doesn't that mean anything to you?
Oh, yes, dear. I'm quite excited.
Well, anyway, we're going to run up there Sunday morning and see what we can do.
Sunday morning? Jim, you can't.
Why not? It's only about 20 miles. Heck's going to pick me up at 5, and all I'll need is a few sandwiches.
Jim Anderson, I've never seen it to fail. Every time we try to surprise you with anything, you have to make other arrangements.
My birthday's in February.
Sunday is Father's Day.
Oh, that thing.
Betty and Bud broke their dates just so they could spend the day with you.
They didn't have to do that.
But they did. We had the nicest day arranged for you. We were all going out for dinner. Then we're going to a picture show, one I know you'd want to see.
Honey, doesn't it make any difference that I'd rather go fishing? I don't care about Father's Day.
Well, we do. We want to show you how much we love you. And we want you to have a good time.
I know what you mean, Angel, but if I'd rather go fishing...
Jim, you're being very selfish about this whole thing.
Because I want to go fishing. What's selfish about going fishing?
I'll answer it.
When a whole family decides to give up its pleasure for an entire Sunday, the very least you can do...
is give up mine. Is that what you mean?
No, I have another idea. How would it be if we went with you?
Margaret, you wouldn't like it up there, believe me. It's not the place for women and children. It's a wild little lake in the middle of nothing.
Daddy, it's Mr. Smith.
Oh, come on in, Hank. We're in the kitchen.
If Elizabeth and Billy wanted to go, I'll bet Hector would take them.
I bet he wouldn't. Nobody would. When you go fishing, you fish. No place for a family.
Am I busting in on anything?
No, of course not, Hector. Come in.
Hiya, Margaret. Gosh, I haven't seen you in a dog's age.
Hank, will you explain to Margaret that families don't go on fishing trips?
Why don't they?
What?
There, you see?
Heck, come on outside. I want to show you the new car.
You showed it to me this afternoon.
Well, I want to show it to you again.
What for?
Come on, Hank.
Oh, you wanna... I'll see you later, Margaret.
Don't you dare let him change your mind, Hector.
I'll be right out here if you want me, honey.
All right, dear.
What the heck's the matter with you, Hank?
Nothing. Why?
You know what happens if you take a bunch of women and kids on a fishing trip? You catch nothing.
Yeah, I know, but look, Jim.
Any self-respecting fish wouldn't come within 10 miles of us. Especially if you got a peek at Kathy.
Jim, I'm not arguing with you. You're absolutely right, but...
Then why did you make a crack like that in front of Margaret?
Well, to tell you the truth, Jim, if I can't take Elizabeth and Billy, I can't go.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they had something all arranged for Sunday. It's Father's Day. Billy broke a date. They're doing it all for me. Oh, I don't know.
Heck, is that lake as good as you said it was?
Oh, it's terrific, Jim. I've never seen fish like that. I'm telling you, in 5 minutes, I saw 20 of them jump out of the water.
Gee, I hate to give it up.
Oh, let's go.
With Elizabeth and Billy and Margaret and...
Jim, it won't make any difference. These fish are so big, nothing will scare them.
Not even Kathy?
Not even Kathy.
Well... Okay, we'll try it.
We better take both cars, huh?
We'll have to.
Leave around 5?
Okay.
Yeah, well, I gotta go home now. Tell Margaret I said goodbye, will you?
You bet. Oh, heck.
Yeah?
Happy Father's Day.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose it's not the first time a man and his family didn't quite see eye to eye on the best way to spend a happy Father's Day. Here's a point, however, everybody agrees on. When it comes to a cup of coffee, you and I and the family next door all look for one thing: flavor. We want the most in flavor for every penny we spend. And extra flavor is just what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful good to the last drop flavor no other coffee has to offer. No coffee but Maxwell House. And there's a good reason why. It's our recipe. The only recipe on this green earth for that good to the last drop flavor. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee to be blended together just so. It's the one way, the one recipe for that famous Maxwell House flavor. That wonderfully good flavor that's made our coffee America's favorite brand. That's why you find so much more enjoyment when your cup is filled with Maxwell House coffee. So next time you bring home a pound of coffee, make it that familiar blue tin of our Maxwell House. For more flavor, for your money's worth and more, start enjoying coffee that's always good to the last drop.
The sun comes up like a stab of light. Rose fingers reach into the night. The darkness fades, the night is gone, and day comes fast with the rising dawn. A woodcock calls, a soft wind sighs, and from its nest a starling flies. This is the dawn, the break of day, the time when...
Young man, will you please shut up?
Well, pardon me.
Most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. Getting up in the middle of the night to chase after a bunch of stupid fish.
But Elizabeth...
We had a nice day planned for you. One we'd all have enjoyed. But no, you have to drag us up here so we can freeze to death.
Are you cold, Elizabeth?
Of course not. My teeth always chatter like this.
Billy, get the blanket out of the car for your mother. I said get the blanket out of the car.
No, thanks. I'm quite comfortable.
Billy!
Leave the boy alone, Hector. The poor child. If he had a father with the slightest bit of consideration...
Elizabeth, I didn't say you had to come along. This was your idea.
Naturally. You haven't had an idea since the day I met you.
Now look, Elizabeth.
When I think of the men I could have married and didn't.
Lucky dog.
Hector!
I'm sorry, Elizabeth. I was thinking of... I think the Andersons are coming.
Well, it's about time. You'd think they'd have hurried a little.
Well, the road's kind of rough, Elizabeth, and Jim has a new car.
I'll have to stop making excuses for them. They're just like everyone else we know. Don't consider a soul but themselves. Especially that Margaret. Thinks her children are the most wonderful things that ever lived. And if you ask me, Margaret, darling.
Elizabeth, we're awfully sorry.
Hiya, Hank. We thought you were lost.
I'm awfully sorry we're so late, Elizabeth.
Oh, Angel, we hadn't even noticed it.
We had to stop on account of Kathy. Her hat blew out of the car, and we had an awful time finding it.
Hi, Billy.
Billy, wake up, dear. Betty is here.
She is?
Oh, hi, Betty.
Hi.
Say, this is quite a spot, Heck. Yes, sir. It's all right.
Jim, I saw a bass, so help me, it was that long.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not, Jim. Well, maybe that long. Hey, there. Did you see that one, Jim? What'd I tell you, huh?
Where?
Right there, near the dock.
I don't see anything.
Jim, you weren't looking in the right place.
Well, what's the difference? The place I want to see him is on the end of my line. Got all your stuff, Heck?
You ain't just a woofin'. The greatest assortment of fish persuaders in the world. And it's all on the dock waiting for Papa.
Hector, where are you going?
Fishing, why?
You do no such thing. There's a little thing like breakfast that comes first.
Breakfast? Oh, honey,
we haven't any time for breakfast, Elizabeth. It's practically 6:30.
Jim, Elizabeth's right.
My lands, I've got all that food to take out of the car.
I'll get it, Elizabeth.
I'll get it myself. You just build a fire.
Honey, if we build you a nice big fire, then is it all right if we go fishing?
After you've had your breakfast.
Wait a minute. How about the kids? Why can't they build a fire?
Hey, where'd they go anyway?
Kathy?
You want me, Daddy?
Where's Bud?
He's under a bush.
What?
Jim, do you have to shout so loud?
How else can I shout? Kathy, what's he doing under a bush?
He's sleeping.
Well, wake him up.
Why?
Because it's time for breakfast.
Breakfast? You want me for breakfast, Dad?
I'll think of that again.
Hey, what happened to Billy?
Betty?
Yes, Father?
Where's Billy?
You want me, Mr. Anderson?
What are you doing over there?
Just watching the lake.
Well, let Betty watch it for a while.
Alone?
There's nothing to worry about. Nobody ever steals a lake until after breakfast.
Hiya, Dad. What's cooking?
Nothing yet. Get some wood.
You said it was time for breakfast.
Bud, we've got to build a fire. Get some wood.
Where?
You know, Heck, at this point our ancestors are probably spinning in their graves. Where?
Oh, gosh, what do I know about getting wood?
Jim, you're only confusing the boy.
Bud, you see that tree? You see all those trees? That's wood.
What am I supposed to do? Bite him down? Oh, holy cow, Mom.
Bud, go into the woods, pick up dead branches, twigs, anything that'll burn, and bring them back here. There's nothing complicated about that, is there?
I guess not.
And stop scratching.
But I itch.
I said stop scratching and get going.
I told them we ought to polish the car. Now I gotta make like a beaver.
You want me to go someplace, Mr. Anderson?
Well...
Leads with his chin every time, doesn't he?
Billy, we have a slight problem.
Oh?
We are faced with the task of providing heat without fuel.
Well, you don't say. You know, we had the same thing once in a physics exam, and it's a cinch. Friction. That's how you do it. Now, you take two bodies...
Billy, shut up and get some wood.
What?
I said get some wood.
Oh, okay. But I thought Mr. Anderson said...
Wood!
Hector, stop raising your voice.
Wood.
All right, nobody has to get excited about it. I'll get all the wood you want.
Jim,
Margaret, as soon as the boys get back with the wood...
are those your things Kathy's playing with?
Where?
On the edge of the dock.
Holy smoke, my tackle!
Of all the rattle-brains.
Jim, don't frighten her.
Kathy!
Oh, Jim!
Father!
Kathy, grab the dock. We'll be right there.
Take it easy, Kathy.
What's going on? Hector, do something.
We're coming, Kathy. We'll have you out in 2 seconds.
Daddy! Daddy!
Now, Kathy, give me your hand. Come on, honey. Hold your hand out. That's a good girl.
You got her, Jim?
That's my girl. Now we're all right.
Oh, Kathy!
Daddy! I fell in!
I know, honey, but you're all right now. You're all right.
Hector, get the blanket out of the car. The poor child's wringing wet.
I'll get it, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, go ahead, Bud. Hurry.
Okay.
Is she okay, Mother?
Yes, dear, she's fine.
Daddy scared me. And that's why I fell in.
Jim, look at my stuff. It's gone.
Jumping Jehoshaphat.
I was trying to catch a fish and you scared me.
It's all right, baby.
Margaret, take that child up to the car immediately. She's got to get out of those wet clothes.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I can't even think straight. Of course, her father is much more concerned about that smelly old fishing tackle.
Men. I don't know why they ever invented them anyway.
Gosh, I'm awfully sorry, Heck.
My whole kit down at the bottom of the lake. Look at it.
You mean you can see it? Where?
Down there. Must be 30 feet. Hey, where are you going?
I've got an idea, Heck. Don't go away.
Father's Day. Isn't bad enough having children, you have to have Father's Day.
Can you still see it, Heck?
Yeah. Practically smiling at me.
Well, don't worry about it. We'll get it out all right.
What are you going to do?
What would you say was the right bait for your fishing tackle?
For my... Oh, you mean...
First, we'll fish for tackle, then we'll fish for fish.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You think you can do it?
Of course we can. Let's see now, that's about the biggest hook I have.
You got any sinkers?
Of course I have sinkers. Stop worrying, Heck. I'll get down there all right.
Is that the heaviest line you got?
Well, I didn't expect to catch any whales today.
I know, Jim, but that stuff weighs a ton.
Heck, I give you my personal guarantee. If I hook it, I'll land it. Now, let me have a little room, will you?
Allow for a little drift into the shore, Jim.
I'll put it right on the button. Okay, low bridge. Nice casting, huh?
What'd you have to put away out there for?
So I can drag it across. Now leave me alone, Heck. I know what I'm doing.
Well, morning, man. Having any luck?
Sure, all bad. Can you see it, Heck?
I think you're too far to the left.
Well, maybe I can pull it over.
Doing a little bottom fishing, huh? Look, fella, we're busy right now. We got troubles. Come back some other time, huh? Okay.
Just a minute.
Come on, Jim. We haven't got all day.
Take it easy, Heck. He might be a game warden or something. You wouldn't happen to be a game warden or anything, would you?
Me? Oh, no. I'm not a game warden.
Because if you are, we've got our licenses and permits and things like that.
We don't worry about those things up here.
Oh. This wouldn't be a private lake, would it?
Oh, no. It's not a private lake at all.
You know, for a minute you had me worried.
No, it's nothing like that. This is a government fish hatchery.
Oh, no.
Poor father. If it isn't one thing, it's another. That long trip all for nothing. Just goes to show it always pays to look before you leap. On that score, when it comes to buying a pound of coffee, it always pays to look for flavor. Yes, you want to be sure you get the most in flavor for every penny you spend. And that's just what you do get in every pound of our Maxwell House coffee. An extra measure of flavor. That wonderful, good to the last drop flavor no coffee but Maxwell House gives you. We're proud as can be of that famous flavor. It's the big reason why more people buy and enjoy our Maxwell House than any other brand. And today, as always, you can count on it every cup you pour. Because we'll never compromise on the quality of one single pound. That's why now, more than ever, your coffee buy is Maxwell House. Every pound, every cup, you can be sure it's always good to the last drop.
Once again, it's breakfast time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. But it's a lonely sort of breakfast, with none of the children at the table. Just Margaret and Jim, two lonely parents, discussing the disastrous effects of Father's Day, like this.
There's no sense being upset about it, Jim. Dr. Simmons said it was nothing serious.
I know, but you'd certainly think Betty'd have enough sense to recognize goldenrod after all these years.
She didn't see it, Jim, and she still says it wasn't goldenrod.
Well, it was something. She's puffed up like a frog.
Well, Bud's the one I'm worried about. He says it itches terribly.
There's a giant brain for you. Goes to sleep in a patch of poison ivy. Wallows in the stuff. How's Kathy?
Oh, she'll be all right in a few days. It's just a little cold. Jim, I don't understand. How can you laugh at a time like this?
I don't know, Margaret. The whole thing is hysterical. It was quite a fishing trip.
Wasn't it?
Hay fever, poison ivy, a cold. This family caught everything except fish.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop. Bob, I have a duty to perform right now which gives me a great deal of pleasure. We were all quite thrilled when the National Father's Day Committee named you Screen Father of the Year. Well, this is the committee's medal, and they've asked me to present it to you with their blessings and warmest wishes.
Thank you very much, Bill. Ladies and gentlemen, naturally, I'm very proud of this honor, but not for myself alone. As the father of 4 girls, I've spent a lot of time and gnawed a lot of nails in the waiting rooms of various hospitals in Southern California. Now, to prospective fathers who are wearing themselves to a frazzle, pacing endlessly up and down in hospital corridors all over the country, I have a most reassuring message. Fellas, you see, they do give medals to fathers. Thanks again, Bill, and good night.
Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
You'll like the delicious, meaty flavor of Spam, the way it satisfies husky appetite.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. Extensive research has proved conclusively that there are two kinds of husbands. One, the husband who takes absolutely no interest whatsoever in household affairs. And two, the husband whose wife wishes he'd mind his own business and leave things alone. In Springfield, in the white frame house on Maple Street, Jim Anderson is about to demonstrate that there is no happy medium. Like this.
6 goes into 36 6 times. 6 goes into 42 7 times.
Kathy, why don't you stop that? You know Mother has a headache.
But I have to learn my 6 goes into.
Margaret, could I have another cup of coffee, please?
Of course, dear. Bud, stop banging your feet on the table.
I wasn't banging my feet, Mom. I was just... Holy cow, look at the time. I gotta go. Come on, Squirt.
Well, stop pulling me.
See you later, everybody.
Bud, don't slam the door.
Did you call me, Dad?
Never mind.
Okay.
Mother, why don't you lie down for a while? I'll take care of the dishes.
Well, that's very sweet, Betty, but it isn't necessary.
Well, all right. I'll come right home in case you need me for anything.
All right, dear.
Bye, Father.
Goodbye, Betty. Your head still aching, honey?
No, it's really nothing, Jim. I don't know why everybody makes such a fuss over a little headache. You'd think I were dying.
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
You know, you haven't been looking very well lately.
Well, that's a pleasant way to start the day. How to cheer up your wife in 6 easy lessons.
I don't mean you look that bad. I mean, you just look so tired.
Jim, darling, in 5 years I'll be 40, and then you can swap me in for 2 20s.
Margaret, I'm being very serious about this. If you want to treat it as a joke.
All right, dear, I'll try and be more respectful.
Oh, well, where was I?
You were telling me I looked like an old hag.
Oh, well, that's not what I said at all.
I'm sorry, a young hag.
Margaret, I'm merely trying to be helpful. I think I know why you're tired, and I believe I have the answer to the whole problem.
You're going to shoot the children.
Well, that had occurred to me. But I think I have a better idea. What you need is a housekeeper.
Oh, Jim, don't be ridiculous.
I don't see anything ridiculous about it at all. The Gilroys have a housekeeper, and I sell 3 times as much insurance as he does.
Jim, it's not a question of how much insurance you sell. We don't need a housekeeper. And where would she sleep? Or haven't you thought of that?
Of course I thought of that. She can sleep in the den on the rollaway bed.
Jim, I don't want a housekeeper.
Then when people like the Edwards come over for dinner, there wouldn't be all the fuss and worry.
Jim.
Yes, dear?
Who are the Edwards?
Well, Harry and Grace Edwards. You remember them, don't you? We met them at the Hathaways last week. He's the little stocky fellow with the red face. President of the Chamber of Commerce, remember?
And they're coming to dinner when?
Tomorrow night, didn't I tell you? I could have sworn.
Jim, is there any connection between the Edwards and this sudden passion for a housekeeper?
Well, of course not. I just thought, well, you've been working so hard and you have a headache and...
There isn't any reason for wanting to impress Mr. Edwards, is there? Or Mrs. Edwards?
Margaret, I just finished telling you that the whole thing... Well, after all, Edwards is the head of the Chamber of Commerce, and there's an opening on the board.
And Bert Gilroy's trying to get it.
Well, the Edwards had dinner with the Gilroys.
And the Gilroys have a housekeeper, so you thought if we blossomed forth with a housekeeper...
Margaret, being on the Chamber of Commerce is a very great honor. I certainly think that it's worth a small expenditure of time and energy.
Jim.
Yes, Margaret?
No housekeeper.
Well, if you'd only listen to me instead of flying off the handle...
I'm not flying off the handle. I'm merely telling you, simply, quietly, and without emotion, no housekeeper.
There was an ad in the paper only last night.
No housekeeper.
All she wanted was $75 a month, and she'll take complete charge.
No housekeeper.
She's courteous, efficient, energetic, loyal.
No.
A wonderful cook, neat as a pin, loves children. Margaret,
Why don't you give her a trial?
No.
Honey, this isn't something you can decide on the spur of the moment. Why don't you think it over?
All right. I can't see any harm in that.
That's a good girl. Well, I've got to go now. I'll call you right after lunch.
All right, dear. Oh, Jim, I've thought it over.
Margaret.
No housekeeper.
Is that you, Jim?
Yes, dear, I'm home. Just put your things down there for a minute, Mrs. Collins.
Okay. Nice looking place, ain't it?
Well, it's comfortable.
Jim, the children are all upstairs, and as soon as you're ready, we'll have... Well, hello.
Hi.
Margaret, this is Mrs. Collins.
Oh? How do you do?
Well, to tell you the truth, I ain't doing so good. My feet's just killing me, and I got a pain in my back that I wouldn't wish on to my first husband.
I see. Jim, would you come out into the kitchen with me for a moment? I'd like to speak to you.
Hey, you got a piano. Oh, that's nice. See, I always like a house where they got a piano. Shows culture. And if there's one thing I'm just nuts about, it's culture.
Well, just make yourself at home, Mrs. Collins. We'll only be a minute.
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. I got plenty of time.
Jim Anderson.
Now, wait a minute, Margaret. I can explain the whole thing.
I don't want any explanation, and I don't want a housekeeper. I told you this morning.
But, honey, I hired her last night. I thought you'd be very happy.
Oh, I am. I'm the happiest woman in the whole world, and I want you to get that person out of my house.
Oh, look, Angel, it isn't worth quarreling about. Nothing is.
I know, Jim, but our home's too small for a housekeeper. We don't need one.
Now, Margaret, Mrs. Collins can be a great help. Don't you see, Margaret? She's a diamond in the rough. Mrs. Collins is very competent. Why, in 1 year, she worked for 9 of the best families in Springfield.
Only 9? She certainly gets around, doesn't she?
Well, they just didn't understand her. With a little training, she can be one of the best housekeepers in the whole town. She said so herself.
Jim, if we ever take a trip to New York, will you promise me one thing? Don't pay more than $50 for the Brooklyn Bridge.
Finished talking yet? It's getting late. I got to get dinner rolling.
Mrs. Collins, I've been talking to my husband.
Well, why don't you talk to him in the parlor? I just happened to think it's dinner time, and I got work to do. Hey, some kitchen.
Jim?
Well, all right, Margaret. Mrs. Collins, I'm awfully sorry, but we've decided that, well, after all, you really won't be comfortable sleeping in the den.
Oh, stop worrying about it, will you? I got it all figured out. We can move, what's your boy's name?
You mean Bud?
Hey, Bud. We can switch him into the den. I move into his room, and everybody's happy.
Well, it's not quite that simple, Mrs. Collins. I told my husband this morning.
Hey, wait a minute. When you been eating breakfast?
Well, it's 8 o'clock, but it really isn't going to make any difference because...
Well, from now on, breakfast is going to be at 7 o'clock.
Now, see here, Mrs. Collins.
Wait, Jim. This is becoming very interesting. What else, Mrs. Collins?
Well, I ain't nobody's personal maid, so everybody hangs up his own stuff. And if I find any pants hanging on the back of a chair, well, don't be surprised if I just chuck them out the window.
Well, don't look at me, Margaret. I don't leave my pants on the chair.
No? Go ahead, Mrs. Collins. I think I'm beginning to like the whole idea.
Well, I don't mind if you invite folks for dinner. Matter of fact, I like company. But I got to have 48 hours notice.
That seems logical.
Oh, wait a minute. What if it's impossible?
What if somebody comes in from out of town?
We'll take them to a restaurant. There's lots of restaurants in Springfield.
Margaret, if you think I'm going to stand here...
Jim, please. Mrs. Collins was talking.
Oh, that's okay. I'm finished anyway. Now, why don't you two kids just go inside and relax, and I'll start dishing up the food.
All right, Mrs. Collins. Come on, kid.
Margaret, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. If you think I'm going to...
Jim, you heard Mrs. Collins. We've got to go inside and relax.
That's right. Take it easy. I got everything under control.
Come on, Jim. Mrs. Collins has work to do.
Margaret, that woman's impossible.
Oh, I don't think so, dear. She's a diamond in the rough. Remember?
Yeah, but how rough can you get? She wasn't anything like that when I talked to her last night.
Well, we'll try it for a while. That's what you want, isn't it?
Margaret, I'm going into the kitchen and fire her right now.
Why, Jim, that wouldn't be fair. She's worked for 9 of the finest families in Springfield, and with the Edwards coming to dinner...
Oh, no, she can't be around then.
Well, wasn't that the general idea? We've got to impress the Edwards, and unless I'm very much mistaken, they'll be impressed.
Oh, Margaret, can't we...
Hey, Jim!
Jim?
Get the kids down. Soup's on.
Well, that was quite an about face for Mother Anderson. If only Father had talked to her first, there wouldn't have been any argument. And the way things are going, it doesn't look as though she'll brook any arguments from Father. And I don't think I'll run into any argument on this point. I say when you buy coffee, just one thing means real value. It's flavor. The flavor you get for your money. And extra flavor is what you do get in our Maxwell House coffee. That wonderful, good to the last drop flavor no other coffee has to offer. No coffee but Maxwell House. And here's why that's so. It's our recipe. The only recipe under the sun for that good to the last drop flavor. It calls for certain fine varieties of coffee blended together a very particular way. It's the one way, the one recipe for that famous Maxwell House flavor. That extra flavor that's made our coffee America's favorite brand. So today, when you really want the most in flavor for every penny you spend, Maxwell House is now more than ever your coffee buy. Just open up that familiar blue tin of Maxwell House tomorrow. See how much enjoyment, how much real value you get from the coffee that's always good to the last drop.
A day has passed, as days have a habit of doing, and once again it's dinner time in the White Frame House on Maple Street. This time, however, it's a special dinner, with company, the children stashed away in the breakfast nook, and a uniformed housekeeper to wait on table. Mr. Edwards, president of the Springfield Chamber of Commerce, says,
In the last 4 years, Anderson, bank clearances in the greater Springfield area have increased a total of almost 9.2%. And that's progress.
To which Jim Anderson replies,
It certainly is, Mr. Edwards. That's progress, if I ever heard it.
At which point the new housekeeper, Mrs. Collins, observed,
Now, why don't you two stop gabbing and eat your soup?
Mrs. Collins, I think I smell something burning in the kitchen.
Oh, it's your imagination, dear. Everything's all cooked. Say, Jim.
Yes, Mrs. Collins.
If it's all right, could I take off this funny-looking cap? I don't mind the uniform, but this hat's driving me nuts.
Mrs. Collins, why don't you wait in the kitchen until we call you?
I can't hear anything in the kitchen. What do you want to do, talk about me? Go ahead, I don't mind.
I think you'd better go into the kitchen.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. You finished, Mrs. Edwards?
Yes, thank you.
Look, dearie, if I was you, I'd lay off the bread. With a shape like yours, it's murder.
Well, really?
Mrs. Collins, will you please go into the kitchen?
Okay, I can take a hint. Yeah, if you want me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edwards. You were saying something about progress.
I was? Oh, yes. I was, wasn't I? The Chamber of Commerce feels that its contribution to the progress of Greater Springfield is...
Never mind, I'll get it.
Keep right on, Mr. Edwards. It's very interesting.
What is?
Well, whatever you were going to say.
Hello? Oh, hello, Bessie. Hey, wait a minute. Go ahead, folks, it's for me. What's cooking, Bess?
Hasn't the weather been beautiful, Mrs. Edwards?
I haven't noticed, really. When you're as busy as I am, you know, club work and charities.
Yes, indeed. Grace manages to keep herself pretty busy. Getting so, I have to make an appointment to see her myself.
You don't have any children, do you, Mr. Edwards?
No, I'm sorry to say Mrs. Edwards and I have never been blessed.
That was my cousin Bessie on the phone. She's just a scream.
I'm sure she must be, Mrs. Collins. And I believe we're ready for the next course.
You know, she was just telling me...
Mrs. Collins, we're ready for the next course.
Okay, I heard you.
Mother, when I finish my dessert, may I go over to
Kathy, you get back inside where you belong. Can't you see we got company?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the trouble with kids nowadays. They don't know their place. Shove your plate over, will you, Jim?
I'll answer it, Mrs. Collins.
Now, you stay right where you are. What do you think you're paying me for?
That's a reasonable question, isn't it, Jim?
Okay, I'm coming.
Yes, indeed. You
Hello?
get a couple of kids in the house and you...
hello, Nicky.
Yes, indeed.
I did, huh? What did it pay? $16.40? Hey, that's all right. Okay, look, now put me down for 5 on little Jeff in the 4th at Bay Meadows tomorrow. Yeah, little Jeff, $5. You're to win. Okay, Mick, I'll give you a growl tomorrow.
Well, Mrs. Collins has an endless assortment of talents, hasn't she, Jim?
All right, Margaret, you don't have to rub it in.
Just a little gem my husband brought home for polishing.
Mrs. Anderson, I'm afraid that we...
That's all right, ain't it? $16.40 for 2. I sure can pick 'em. Hey, any of you kids play the races?
Harry, I have an awful headache.
I know, dear.
The way I feel, a headache would be a relief.
Mrs. Collins, if nothing more important comes up in the next few minutes, could we please have some food?
Okay, but you take it from me. You're skipping a good thing if you miss little Jeff in the 4th tomorrow.
Mrs. Collins, if you don't hurry up, we'll be ready to eat little Jeff tonight.
Touche! That French for roast beef is coming up.
Good night, Mrs. Anderson. It was a lovely evening. One I'll never forget.
Oh, I'm sure of that.
Good night, Anderson and Mrs. Anderson. It was, well, good night.
Good night, Mr. Edwards.
Good night, sir. We'll have to get together again real soon.
Yes, indeed, yes. Sometime soon. Good night.
Quiet, isn't it?
Margaret, I don't know what to say. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. I think that woman's insane.
Oh, no, dear. She's just, well, uninhibited. She likes to speak her mind.
What mind? She's got the brain of a half-witted hyena. And if she had the least bit of decency, she'd give it back.
Jim.
What?
Did you see the look on Mrs. Edwards' face when Collins told her she needed a new girdle?
Oh, that was nothing. You should have seen Edwards when she told him he could use one, too.
Jim, I can't help it, but I think they were the stumpiest people I've ever met.
She told Edward. She said she thought
Everybody's having a good time, huh? Well, that's what I like. People laugh and enjoying themselves. You live longer that way.
Mrs. Collins, I'd like to speak to you, if I may.
Pop's nice, don't he? Go ahead, kid.
Thank you. Mrs. Collins, I'm not usually one to complain, but...
Complain? Well, go ahead. If you feel you got a beef coming, just spread it right out. That's the way it ought to be. Everything out in the open. All the cards right out there on the table.
Right. Now, Mrs.
Now,
Collins...
I don't go for this stabbing in the back routine. You got any complaints, I want to hear them. It's your house. I'm working for you, and anything you don't like, all you got to do is just tell me.
How?
Jim, you'll wake the children.
Look, you don't have to yell at me. Just talk, and I'll listen.
Mrs. Collins, there are a great many things I could say, and a great many ways in which I could say them. But since all of the things I have to say, and all of the ways in which I would say them, add up to one and the self-same thing, I say to you now from the very bottom of my heart, you are fired!
Jim, you know my whole life that's the nicest way I ever got canned. Well, I gotta go to bed.
Just a moment, Mrs. Collins. I'm afraid you don't understand. My husband fired you. You don't work here anymore.
I know I ain't deep, but I still gotta go to sleep.
You will not sleep here, Mrs. Collins. We want you to go away now. You're discharged. You're the most discharged person we've ever had in this house. Now, will you please pack up your things and get out?
Jim, I'm surprised at you. A smart man like you with a nice home and a nice family, why, you ought to know more about the law. You can't fire me. I gotta have a week's notice.
I'm giving you a week's notice. I'll pay your wages for a whole week. Only please go away.
But I like it here. And it ain't just the wages, Jim. I'm supposed to get room and board.
I'll give you 2 weeks' wages.
I don't think so. You got a piano, and I can call my bookie on the phone, and it's like a vacation with pay.
Margaret.
Mrs. Collins, is there anything I can do to...
Sure. Call me when breakfast is ready. Well, good night. I'll see you all in the morning, huh?
Margaret.
Yes, dear?
When they start giving out awards for the world's prize idiot, be sure and tell them about me.
Oh, Jim, darling, you're an idiot, but you'd never take any prize.
I certainly would.
Well, I won't argue, dear. After all, Father knows best.
Well, Father certainly plunged into that head over heels. Now, how sorry he is. Just goes to show it always pays to look before you leap. On that score, when it comes to buying a pound of coffee, it certainly pays to look for flavor. The most in flavor for every penny you spend. After all, flavor is what you're paying for. And we don't think you can beat the famous flavor we pack into every pound of Maxwell House. But here's my point. Air can steal coffee flavor. And ordinary containers, like paper bags, can't prevent roasted coffee from losing flavor, whether it's ground or whole bean. That's why we take our Maxwell House, fresh and fragrant from the roasting ovens, and carefully vacuum pack it in the familiar blue tin. It's the only way you're guaranteed coffee that's fresh and full-flavored as the hour it was roasted. So be sure you get all the flavor and fragrance you pay for, your money's worth and more. You always will with Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
This world is not so bad a world as some would like to make it. The weather good or weather bad depends on how we take it. A week's gone by, and we find Jim Anderson walking along a busy street in downtown Springfield. The Chamber of Commerce is still dear to his heart, and he is not what you'd call a particularly happy man, like this.
Serves me right, that's what it does. Make a fool of myself in front of Edwards. Spoil my chances of getting on the board. Gosh, I wanted that spot on the Chamber of Commerce. The speeches I could have made. About important things, too. Why, I could have said things like, ladies and gentlemen, it's an established fact that everybody wants a different thing. A farm, a store, a college education for their children, or maybe they just want to retire and go fishing. But there's one thing everybody wants, security. And there's one way, one sure way for each and every one of us to get it. Save for your independence. Buy United States savings bonds. That's what I could have told them. I could have said, buy bonds automatically if you can on the payroll savings plan or the bond-a-month plan at your bank. They're like cash on hand, and they return you $4 for every $3 you invest. Buy United States savings. Save for your independence. And start now. Then I could have said...
I say, Anderson!
Huh? Oh, hello, Mr. Edwards. I didn't see you.
I thought if you weren't in any great hurry, we might take a stroll together. A little matter has come up that I'd like to discuss with you.
Why, of course, Mr. Edwards. It'll be a very great pleasure.
You know, Anderson, we never did get down to a discussion of business at your house the other night.
Mr. Edwards, I wanted to explain about that. You see...
Tut, my boy. No need to explain. I understand completely. As you know, Anderson, there's a vacancy on the board of the Chamber of Commerce, and, well, it's yours if you want it.
If I want it? Why, Mr. Edwards, of course I want it. And thank you very much.
Oh, it's nothing at all. Tell me, Anderson, that Mrs. Collins, is she still with you?
No. We finally got rid of her this morning.
This morning? That's too bad.
Oh, I don't think we could have taken it another day. She had the whole family waiting on her hand and foot all week.
I see. You wouldn't know how I could get in touch with her.
Well, I might. I think she left a forwarding address with Margaret. But why?
Well, I wouldn't want this to get around, Anderson.
Oh, of course not. I won't say a word.
Well, I followed that bit of advice Mrs. Collins gave me about little Jeff, you know. And I won $64.
Did you know? Now there's an instant coffee with roaster fresh, pure coffee flavor. It's Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. Unlike most instant coffees, it's all rich, pure coffee. Nothing added. Tomorrow, try the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Don't forget, membership cards for the Robert Young Good Drivers Club are waiting for you at your local NBC station. Get a man-to-man or dad-to-daughter pledge and sign up today. Be a good driver. Get your membership card in the Robert Young Good Drivers Club today. And now, until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee, always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned for Screen Guild Theater, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
In the blazing desert sun, no others dared to do it, so there could be only one. Just one that passed the killing grind of sun and wind and sand. The test that proved this new car wax the finest in the land. Turtle wax, turtle wax, turtle wax.
Reader's Digest ad tells the story of the amazing Turtle Wax protective power that kept cars' colors shining bright even in fiery Death Valley sun. Just one waxing of Turtle Wax with new Sun Stop gives your car a beautiful hard shell finish Guaranteed to last up to 1 full year. It's quick and easy to turtle wax your car yourself. Remember, just 1 waxing of turtle wax with Sunstop lasts up to 1 full year.
Turtle wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle wax.
Our next broadcast premiered in 1935. The program struggled in the ratings until 1940 when it became a national sensation. Within 3 years, it was the top-rated program in America. Few radio shows were more beloved, and few play as well half a century later. It was the brainchild of real-life married couple Jim and Marion Jordan and was broadcast to the nation from WMAQ Chicago. The show entertained America until March of 1956 and continued on NBC's Monitor until 1959. We invite you to join us at 79 Wistful Vista with Fibber McGee and Molly right here on HOJO Radio.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Great Day. I was passing a neighborhood school just as the recess bell rang, and I stopped and watched as the youngsters came tumbling and racing out of the building like a herd of wild animals. Do you know what I thought about first? The abused floors in that school, and what a job it must be to protect them against that daily onslaught and keep them nice looking. You'll be interested to know that the makers of Johnson products have developed special wax polishes for floors in schools, office buildings, and hospitals. Floors that take a much heavier traffic beating than your floors at home. The next time you walk down a school or hospital or office building corridor, see if the floors look well cared for. If they do, chances are they're protected with Johnson's wax polishes. And just as your Johnson's Wax and Glow Coat save you both work and money, these special polishes developed for heavy traffic use also affect very large savings to the owners and managers of these properties. When you're buying polishes for your home, it will pay you always to insist upon the genuine Johnson's Wax polishes. Have you ever stood in your front door for half an hour saying goodbye to a visitor who wouldn't go home? Exasperating, isn't it? Well, here at 79 Wistful Vista, with his large feet blotting out the welcome on the mat, we find His Honor Mayor Latrivia, who seems to regret leaving Fibber McGee and Molly.
Well, good night, Mayor Latrivia.
Good night, Mayor.
So nice of you to drop in.
Not at all, Mrs. McGee. I'm only sorry your husband won't take the job. You're sure you won't reconsider, McGee?
No, I'm sorry, Latrivia. I may be the right man for the office and all that, and I'd like to serve the city, but my time is so valuable. Being all took up with Chamber of Commerce work.
Yeah, and besides, what does he know about catching dogs?
Well, all right, if that's final, McGee. Good night to you both, and... Oh, my goodness, my briefcase. I left it on the coffee table, I believe.
Oh, wait here, Trivial. I'll get it. Let me take a second. Right here on the table. Here should be right here. Here's your briefcase, Trivial. I'll come and see us again sometime.
Thank you, I will. Good night, Mrs. McGee. I've enjoyed this visit very
Good night,
much.
Your Honor. I hope...
Oh, sure. Come in.
Hello there, kids. Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening. Glad to see you, but I must be going.
Hey, wait a minute. But I got the sale interest you, too, Mayor.
Well, I suppose I can wait one more minute and hear what this gentleman has to say.
What gentleman? Who, me? Oh. Well, here's the proposition, kids. And, Mr. Mayor, I'm selling chances on a turkey for Thanksgiving.
Oh, no. I don't like those things. In the first place, I never gamble. And besides, every time I do it, I lose.
Besides, you got to wait too long to see if you win.
Not on this one, Johnny. Draw a number, and if it's the lucky one, I'll tell you right away. How's about it? Only 2 bits.
Here, I'll take one.
Well, all right, so will I.
Now you've talked me into it. Give me one, too, old-timer.
Okay. One for you, daughter, Mr. Mayor. All right, Johnny, open them up.
Okay.
Call your numbers, kid.
27.
85.
207-540-78.
Hey, give me that. That's my Social Security card. Here's your number, Johnny.
17.
Well, did any of us win?
Nope. The winner number was 33. But the first fella to take a chance this morning got that and won the turkey. Kind of taken all the element of luck out of it, you might say. So don't feel bad about gambling, daughter. You never had a chance anyway.
Why, that antiquated old gyp artist, who does he think?
Oh, that's all right, Mr. McGee. Takes all kinds of people to make a world, you know.
Yeah, and that kind ought to go somewhere else and make one of their own. Must you be rushing off so soon, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mrs. McGee, I have an appointment with a Miss Meach, a knitting expert.
Oh, you taking lessons, Latrivia?
Oh, no. No, she's making an Afghan for an aunt of mine for Christmas.
Go on, how can anybody knit an ash can?
No, he said Afghan, McGee.
Huh?
Afghan. It's a kind of a muffler for your hips.
Well, that's very good, Mrs. McGee. That's very good.
Yeah.
But as I say, I have an appointment, so I'll just be... by the way, do you know where Miss Meach lives? It's in the neighborhood.
Meach? Never heard of her, Latrivia.
Nor I.
Oh, dear. Well, may I see your telephone book a moment? I'll look it up.
It's right there under the hall table, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you so much. Let me see.
Hey, Molly, ain't he ever going to get out of here?
What can we do? We can't very well take him by the nape of the neck and throw him down the front steps, can we?
Maybe not, but you're putting some awful evil thoughts in my curly little head. Personally, I
found it. Thank you very much, and good night.
Well, good night, Trivial.
Good night, and next time you're out this way...
I'll get Molly. McGee's residence? Yes, huh? Oh, is that you, Mert? Yeah, the mayor's right here.
It's for you, Your Honor.
Oh, good thing I stayed a few seconds.
How's every little thing, Mert? His, eh? What's say, Mert? Your grandmother? Plastered again, eh?
Oh, McGee, what on earth happened?
Mert's grandmother got pleurisy again. They got her plastered from here clear on to here. What say, Mert? Oh, yes, the mayor's right here. Okay, I'll tell him, Mert. Goodbye.
Who was it, McGee?
Your secretary called. Says to remind you that you're laying the cornerstone for the new roundhouse tomorrow.
Oh, yes. I completely forgot about that. Thank you. Well, I'd better be running along now. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Triv. Come in again sometime.
Thank you, I will. I'll be past here again next week in connection with paving the alley back of your house.
Oh, yes, it's in terrible shape now.
Oh.
You can even see big holes in it from our kitchen window.
No.
Oh, sure you can. I look
My goodness, I never really...
Oh.
Do you mind if I look?
Why, no, not at all, Mr. Mayor. Right this way and through the hall here.
Oh, well, that guy here. I know one way to get rid of a guy like that, but somebody's sure to find the body.
Martha Tilton sings My Silent Love.
I reach for you like I'd reach for a star, worshiping you from afar, living with my silent love. I'm like a flame dying out in the rain, only the ashes remain, smoldering like my silent love. How I long to tell all the things I have planned. Still it's wrong to tell, you would not understand. You go along, never dreaming I care, loving somebody somewhere, leaving me my silent love. How I tell, you would not understand. For you go along, never dreaming I care, loving somebody somewhere, leaving me my silent
Well, I simply must be getting downtown, Mrs. McGee. I'm afraid I've overstayed my visit a trifle. I feel like the man who came to dinner.
Yeah, he broke his leg on the way out, didn't he? Here, let me help you down the steps, Latrivia.
No, never mind. I can make it. Good night, Mrs. McGee.
Good night again.
Good night, old man.
Anytime you're down at the City Hall, I hope...
What's the matter? Is there no hope down at City Hall?
You have a visitor, Mrs. McGee. A lady is coming up the walk.
Lady's coming up? No. Uh-oh. It's Mrs. Uppington.
Mrs. Uppington?
Yes, you remember. She's one of our social leaders.
Yeah.
With a family tree that would make a giant redwood look like a sapling.
And not a good-looking limb on the whole...
McGee.
Oh, hi, Uppy.
How do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mrs. McGee.
Hello, Abigail.
Nice to see you again, Mrs. Uppington.
I saw your automobile out in front, Your Honor, and thought I might speak to you for a moment. Am I interrupting?
Oh, no. The mayor was just leaving, Uppy. 3 hours later, and you probably would have missed him.
Not that we would like to have him spend the rest of the evening with us, what there is of it.
What was it you wished to consult me about, Mrs. Uppington?
Your Honor, the Ladies' Club, of which I am temporarily chairwoman...
Here, woman, have a chair.
Temporarily.
Thank you, no. Our club, Your Honor, has passed a resolution demanding that the City Council supply heated water for the horse trough on the east side of City Hall Square. We consider it cruel and inhuman to let those poor animals drink half-frozen water all winter.
That's a great idea, Uppy. I think they ought to have a box of Kleenex there, too. So they can wipe their faces. Ever notice how they kind of drip all over their puss after they have
McGee, Mrs. Uppington is serious.
How can you tell?
By the way she sticks out her chin.
Which one, the top one?
Now, please, I am serious. Well, Mr. Mayor?
Mrs. Uppington, my compliments to the ladies of your club, whose admirable sentiments do them credit. Please inform them for me that this matter has already been presented to the City Council, and action was deferred indefinitely, for the excellent reason that Wistful Vista is not only not a one-horse town, it is a no-horse town.
Well, looks like your campaign had whinnied right in your face, Abigail.
Why don't you girls get busy and knit some silencers for our manhole covers?
Mr. McGee, I bitterly resent your derisive attitude. It is a situation which demands immediate action.
But, madam, in a community which lacks horses,
but we have foreseen that difficulty, Mr. Mayor, and have collected the sum of $87 toward the purchase of a horse. Here, take it. Oh, and now perhaps we girls can sleep of nights knowing that the poor frozen animal, when we get it, can drink his fill of nice, warm water. Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Determined sort of person, isn't she?
Oh, she means well, Mr. Mayor. Just a little misguided. You know, last spring she wanted to go around and pick up all the baby robins and give them flying lessons.
Yeah, she even bought time on the radio and called it We the Peep.
Oh, yes, I remember it. Laid an egg. Oh, well, I simply must be trotting along. Thank you for a very pleasant visit.
Oh, not at all, Latrivia. Glad you dropped in. Well, so long.
Goodbye, Mr. Mayor.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mayor.
Molly. Hello, Pepper. Oh, hello, Mr. Mayor.
Don't delay the mayor, Wilcox. He's anxious to be on his way.
Yes, we're nearly desperate. I mean, the mayor has desperately been trying to leave for an hour now, haven't you, Your Honor?
Indeed I have, Mrs. McGee, but I'm glad Mr. Wilcox dropped in. I did wish to see him.
Well, we might as well go back into the living room, folks. I've been leaning against this jam so long I can hardly hold my raspberries.
What did you want to see me about, Mr. Mayor? That parking ticket I asked you to fix for me a couple of days ago?
That's exactly what I mean, Mr. Wilcox.
Well, now, look, the circumstances of the case...
The circumstances have nothing whatsoever to do with it. I wish to state categorically...
Oh, categorically, my cat. Pipe down a minute and let me explain.
Why, Mr. Wilcox, is that any way to talk to the mayor?
Why not, Molly? I bawled a cop out once.
You did?
I surely did. I never raised my voice while I was doing it, too, either. And a good thing, because if he'd have heard me, I'd have got 90 days in the pokey. What's your excuse, Wilcox?
Well, look, I got a rush call from a Mrs. Harrison.
Yes.
She'd only been married a week, and she was all upset, practically crying.
Oh, that's all.
Her husband was bringing some friends home from the office, and her kitchen linoleum was a mess. Dull and lifeless, faded colors, dry and patchy looking. She was so ashamed of it, she was almost in tears.
Nevertheless, parking next to a fire plug, Mr. Wilcox, is not...
It was the only place to park. This was an emergency. I dashed out there with a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat.
For these rescue parties, you ought to carry a little barrel of it around your neck like a St. Bernard.
Quiet, dearie. I want to hear about the little bride.
Well, that's about all. I demonstrated to her how quickly Johnson's glow coat would bring out the beauty of the pattern in her linoleum.
Yes.
How it would restore the luster and brilliance and make it so much easier to keep her kitchen clean and sparkling, and with absolutely no rubbing or buffing. Why, it saved the day for her. So you see, Your Honor, you can't let a measly little parking violation stand against the possible breaking up of a home, the wreck of a happy marriage, simply because...
I'm sorry, Wilcox. I didn't understand the circumstances. You may forget the matter on one condition.
I know, that I be more careful in the future.
No, that you dash out and show my housekeeper about glow coat. My linoleum has got more cracks than the first 5 minutes of Bob Hope.
I'll do it right away. So long, folks.
Ah, that Wilcox is a great guy, Latrivia. He's going places. How about you?
Oh, yes. What am I thinking of? Excuse me for procrastinating my departure.
Here's your briefcase, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. And may I say that...
Here's your hat.
Thank you. And I wish to express
Drop
my...
in again any time you're out this way, Mr. Mayor. Goodbye.
Goodbye, and I only hope...
Oh, not a bit of it, old man. Not a bit of it. So long now. Glad you dropped in. Things kind of get dull around here around midnight.
Yes.
Kind of dry, too.
Yes. I'm pretty dry myself. And may I trouble you for a glass of water before I leave?
Why, of course, Your Honor. Just step out into the kitchen here and,
Well, I'll be a monkey's uncle. If that guy takes any longer to pull his freight, he's going to hear it from the Interstate Commerce Commission. All that dead...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. Look, beat it and come back some other time, will you?
Why?
We got a visitor who we've been trying to get... Trying to get him out of here for 2 hours. I don't want you delaying him, too.
I know. It's Mayor Latrivia, I betcha.
How'd you know?
I saw his car outside.
Oh.
Gee, it's a snarky one, too. It's a super duper.
Hey, now, easy on the slang, sis. You see what it did to me.
Why?
Well, the use of slang indicates the possession of an inadequate vocabulary. If you can't express yourself in legitimate English, you're sticking your neck out for some slug to tag you as a chumpo. See? I said...
My teacher says I'm dandy in English, I betcha.
Oh, she does, eh? I said she does.
That's what?
Your teacher says you're dandy in English.
She does, she?
Ed read it, you just said she did.
My teacher says I'm a dandy on colloquialisms, mister. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
I mean, how are you on colloquialisms?
Well, I never went in much for athletics.
I bet you don't even know what a colloquialism is, I bet you.
Go on, everybody knows that. I'll bet you don't.
I do, too.
Oh, yeah? Well, then what is a colloquialism? An alcohol, or what? What is it?
Well, Webster says the standards of English pronunciation, so far as a standard may be said to exist, is the usage that now prevails among educated and cultured people.
Yeah.
Though we must frankly admit the fact that at present uniformity of pronunciation is not to be found throughout the English-speaking world. What's Mayor Latrivia doing here?
How did Webster ever hear about Mayor Latrivia? Look, sis, please beat it. As it is, the mayor is sticking around here like honey on a hot cake.
Like what?
Like honey on a...
I'm hungry.
Well, here's a quarter. Go get yourself a soda. Goodbye. What a night. It ain't enough that we got a guest that's allergic to doorknobs. I got to be pestered.
Well, McGee, the mayor's going now.
Yes, Mr. McGee, and thank you for all your trouble.
Oh, think nothing of it, Latrivia. I'm going to miss you around here. But if I do, I'll take another throw.
Now, McGee, you know he's just kidding you, Ron.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Quite a touch. Yes. It's nice to have seen you. You needn't show me the door, Mrs. McGee. I know the way.
All right, Mr. Mayor. Oh, no, not in there.
Not that door, Latrivia.
Why, isn't this the front door?
Got to straighten out that closet one of these days. Come on, Latrivia, we got work to do.
The King's Men sing
30 more shopping days till Christmas, still have lots of time. I've decided to skip this year, I won't spend a dime. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick, only 30 more shopping days till Christmas, gee, that's not so long. I am sending out cards this year, then I can't go wrong. I'll have to buy one little present for Aunt Minnie. That can wait a while. I'll time to choose what I got to lose. Still got 20 more shopping days till Christmas. Gee, but it's a bore. Let's see, 20? Well, that's not bad. Still got plenty more. Take your time, take your time. What's the rush about? Stop that hurrying, stop that worrying. Hurry and worry is out. All you gotta do is make a list, decide upon the price to pay. All the dither and the bother and the lather and the pother will be done before Christmas Day. Trust me, I'll be ready then. Golly, Mr. Dooley, there's that man again. Tick-tock, 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 tick. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Only 5 more shopping days till Christmas. Better go buy a tree. Must get Mama that new fur coat. She'll be mad at me. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick. Only 3 more shopping days till Christmas. Lots of things to buy. Should have started it weeks ago. How the time does fly. Almost forgot to get that streamlined train for Junior. Where's my shopping list? Molly and Tony and Michael and Fred, a dolly, a pony, a cycle, a sled. Hear me calling Santa Claus, I need your help because there's only 2 little shopping days till Christmas. Now it's almost here. That old feeling gets in your hide, comes a stealing up here inside. Now I'm sorry that Christmas tide comes but once a year. A Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
So... Okay, Latrivia. You can put your coat back on now. That's everything.
You know, I really don't think you should have made the mayor put all those things back in the closet, McGee.
Oh, that's quite all right, Mrs. McGee. But what puzzles me is, how on earth can you get all that junk into that horrible little 2x4 hole in the wall?
Well, it's just an accumulation of little treasures, Mr. Mayor. Sort of a domestic Fort Knox.
Yeah, it saves time, too. When I come downstairs at night looking for burglars, I know darn well they ain't in there. So I get in there. Well, you got to be going, Latrivia?
Yes, and believe me, I'm truly sorry if I've discommoded you. My departure
has been postponed again. I'll bet a cookie. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wimple.
You met Mayor Latrivia, Wimp?
Oh, yes. Mr. Wimple wrote a poem in honor of my inauguration as mayor.
Oh.
Didn't you, Mr. Wimple?
Indeed, I did, Your Honor. 2 verses and 27 choruses. I called it Our Old Gray Mayor, He's Just What He Used to Be. Sweetie Face, my wife, always says...
Incidentally, how is the little woman, Wimple?
The, what, Your Honor?
The little woman.
You're really not much on dimensions, are you, Mr. Mayor?
I'm afraid little is a bad description, Your Honor.
No, Mrs. Wimple is what we refer to as an Amazon, Trivial.
Amazon? River?
Yeah. She's long and wide and with a big mouth. Slow moving but dangerous, and you cross her at your own risk.
Now, Mr. McGee, that's hardly fair to Sweetie Face.
Well,
she's really a charming person, really. You should see her sitting in the window of an evening, cuddling her pets in her lap.
Oh.
What are her pets, Wimple?
Well, she has one leopard and one pygmy elephant. Once she had a kangaroo that she used to box with, but not anymore.
Well, what happened to it, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, it got a cauliflower tail and went back to Australia.
Well, was there something we could do for you, Mr. Wimple?
No, Mrs. McGee. I just stopped in to pass the time of day. It's 9:45. Good night.
His wife must be quite a female.
That, Mr. Mayor, is the understatement of the week.
Yeah. She is to ordinary femininity what Cologne's mustache is to the fuzz on a peach.
Well, it's certainly been pleasant meeting all your friends, but all good things must come to an end, you know.
Yes, that's what the hickory switch said when it was carried into the woodshed. Well, here's your hat and briefcase again, Your Honor.
Thank you, and good night.
You better get going, Latrivia. It sounds like rain. And let us know when you're going to drop by again, and we'll build on a guest room.
Oh, that's very funny. Oh, I'd better wait. It might be for me again.
Why, certainly. Why should anybody be calling us here? Answer it, McGee.
Okay, if it's for you, Latrivia, shall I tell them you've left?
Well, why should you tell them that?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just a dreamer, I guess. McGee's residence. Who? Yes, he's here, but unless it's important, I don't want to... What say? Huh? Who? It is? Oh, my gosh. Hey, Latrivia, your secretary's calling. Says the city hall is flooded.
Flooded? Oh, my goodness. Tell her I'll be right down.
Hello. He'll be right down. Goodbye. Come on, Molly.
Where?
Well, let's go with him and see if we can...
Yes. Do come. Oh, this is terrible. Come on. Come on.
He's flooded.
Come on, McGee. Hurry, Mrs. McGee.
Say, what is this anyway?
I don't talk now, Molly. Come on inside.
That's it. Where's the fire? Oh, where's the... What's it? I don't understand this. Everything seems perfectly normal around here.
Well, it does to me, too. McGee.
Huh?
I thought you said my secretary said the city hall was flooded.
Yeah, but you didn't let me finish. She said it was flooded with phone calls wanting to know if you'd be back tonight.
Well, heavenly day.
McGee, was this just a trick to get me out?
Ah, Latrivia. That's why you're such a wonderful mayor. You catch on like a burr on a beagle.
It takes more than brick and mortar and shingles to make a home. Yes, that's pretty obvious. It's a thing every woman knows, especially if she's got children. You know, it's pretty important for children to like their home, to be proud of it and want to bring their friends there. How do smart women go about making their homes attractive? Not necessarily by spending a lot of money. No, you achieve that home-like quality by all the little things you do. The good taste you show in arranging your things. By adding the beauty and protection that wax polish offers with genuine Johnson's wax. The rich beauty that comes with regular application of Johnson's wax to your floors, furniture, and woodwork is impossible to obtain in any other way. It costs little, it saves much, both in wear and tear and in actual housework. Women who know call it protective housekeeping. And to play safe, they always buy the genuine Johnson's wax, paste, cream, or liquid.
Hey, Molly.
Yes, dearie?
What were we doing when Latrivia moved in on us?
Planning our Thanksgiving dinner.
Oh, yeah, Thanksgiving dinner. Did you get a big plump gobbler?
20 years ago, and this year he's going to eat chicken.
Huh? Good night.
This is Harlow Wilcox. speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. And may we urge you once more to join the Red Cross. Put your heart in their work. Good night.
What product does two things at once? It's Johnson's Car New, the modern auto polish that both cleans and wax polishes in one application. It used to take hard work and cost real money to do these two jobs, but with Car New you can do them in half the time. Polishing is a good start on your car, so why not get a can of Johnson's Car New this week? This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Forefathers went to trading post, 3 long days' journey to get powder and shot.
Today I drive my Pontiac to town in a few minutes to see the latest Paris gown.
Is this new Pontiac equipped with freewheeling? Naturally. Has it synchro silent second? Of course. Is the body by Fisher? Certainly. Well, apparently Pontiac has all the latest developments of automotive engineering. Absolutely. That is why Pontiac is today the chief of values.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Sing My Heart. Have you ever noticed how it's the little things in life that are the most annoying? Take your automobile, for example. The motor may be hitting on all 8, running like a top. The brakes may be perfect, the tires like new. But if there are some annoying squeaks or body noises that you can't locate, they sometimes get on your nerves. Automobile manufacturers discovered that, and so did the makers of Johnson's Wax, who found that special wax dressings used as a dry lubricant on the rubber gaskets around the doors and elsewhere could cure many of these annoying squeaks. That may seem a far cry from the Johnson products you know and use, genuine Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, Car New, and Johnson's New Cream Wax. But it's just another example of the ingenuity with which the makers of Johnson's Wax have developed many special wax polishes and dressings for both home and industry. Next time you go shopping, don't be satisfied with anything but the best. Insist upon the genuine Johnson's Wax polishes. The lady of the house at 79 Wistful Vista is all in a flutter. She has some wonderful news for her husband, who is a little late getting home from downtown. The little man has had a busy day. What with inspecting new building excavations, selecting a cigar, and kibitzing a domino game at the Elks Club. But here he is at last, and we'll see what she's been so anxious to tell him as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
I'm so glad you're home. The most wonderful thing happened today.
Yeah, don't tell me Uncle Dennis moved out.
No. A man came to the door this morning.
The reason I thought it might be Uncle Dennis moving is on account of them two big corrugated boxes he's got in his room.
Well, I know all about them. But let me tell you now, the man that came to the door...
I was in Uncle Dennis's room yesterday, and I happened to shake one of them boxes, and it gurgled.
Well, he keeps his medicine in one of them.
Oh.
He says he never knows when he might get bit by a snake.
What does he keep in the other box?
A snake. Well, now will you stop interrupting me?
Sure. What happened?
Just listen now. An old miner came to the door this morning with the most beautiful hands I ever saw on a man.
What? You mean?
Stop interrupting me, Gee. You'll be talking us out of a fortune.
Oh,
It seems that this miner, while digging in his mine for silver, had discovered a vein of clay that turned his callous, tough old hands soft and beautiful overnight.
Oh, but look,
And
Molly,
he'll sell us a half interest in it for only $150. Do you realize that women in this country alone spend $3 billion a year for cosmetics?
Yeah, but Molly...
Do you realize what $50 invested with Henry Ford 30 years ago would be worth today?
Yeah, but...
Really, McGee, I think it's a marvelous opportunity.
Yes.
I say let's do it.
I don't know, Molly. I think this thing ought to be scanned into. I'm inclined to be kind of conservative about investments like this.
Yes, you are.
Well, I am.
How about back in 1932 when you dropped $2,000 in a felt farm? To raise felts for billiard tables.
Well, how did I know it took 7 years for a felt tree to start bearing fruit? This is a different thing. I think we ought to investigate first. I'm not one to plunge into these things without... Who's that?
Let me peek. Oh, it's Mrs. Uppington.
You mean Abigail Uppington? The rowdy dowdologer?
Yes, the poor man's Mrs. Astor. Come in.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Mrs. Astor. Uppy?
What are you looking so pleased about, Abigail? You look like the canary that just swallowed the cat.
No. You got that wrong, Molly. You mean she looks like a cat that was about to get the bird.
Oh, my dears, I simply must tell you, I've had the most extraordinary experience, really.
What happened, Uppy? Dennis tell you he could still save a few?
Don't tell me you finished knitting that soldier sweater you started in 1918, Abigail.
No. Oh, no, this was such an odd circumstance. Oh, everyone is going to think I am just the luckiest girl.
They just think of you as a girl. You're lucky.
Well, what is it, Abigail?
Well, my dear, this morning, as I was checking the silver with Crothers, my butler, an elderly miner came to the door, and he had the loveliest hands, my dear.
Oh.
A miner, Abigail?
Yes. Oh, a fascinating character, really. It seems that he had discovered the most marvelous beauty clay while working in his mine, and that if it was marketed, it would mean millions. So, I bought a half interest in it for only $500, my dear. Imagine!
Well, ain't you being kind of foolish, Uppy? Maybe this guy was a gyp artist.
No, McGee. I think Abigail is right. It sounds like a marvelous investment.
Oh, I'm sure it is, my dear. And I flatter myself that I am a judge of Western characters.
Oh.
I spent several winters out in Sun Valley, Idaho, you know.
Oh, yes. You used to go out there for the winter sports, didn't you, Uppy?
Yes, Mr. McGee, but I gave that up because I never met any. Well, yes, I did meet one, but it didn't last.
Oh.
What was the matter with him, Abigail?
Oh, he was a fortune hunter, my dear. Just widow shopping. Oh, but now, getting back to my investment. Do you realize that the women of America spend almost $3 billion annually on cosmetics?
Well, I guess you girls are entitled to powder your noses as long as you're going to be paying through them. But frankly, girls, I think you're all wet on this beauty clay thing. Something tells me this miner is a fakeroo. I'll bet you...
No, don't pay any attention to him, my dear. Oh, no, I know I did the right thing, and it makes me so happy. Oh, I'm such a lucky girl. So lucky.
Lucky, there goes Ducky. So she bit on that wildcat beauty mud scheme, too, did she? I wonder if...
Oh, that poor miner.
What do you mean, the poor miner? Why, he found a prize chump in Uppington, didn't he? Why, that guy ought to be reported.
But he has nothing left for himself, dearie. There's only 2 half interests in anything, and if he sold one to Abigail and one to me...
Oh! What's this? You mean you actually gave that horse thief $150?
No, I didn't give it to him. I bought a half interest.
Oh, Molly.
Oh, but I wanted to surprise you, McGee.
Oh, my goodness.
You're always saying that women haven't any business judgment, and I wanted to prove...
Oh, this is awful. Why, that guy's probably sold 27 half interests around this town. I'm going to call the police. No, I'll call the Better Business Bureau.
What for? He couldn't do any better business than he's been doing, could he?
Oh!
Katie's in.
Katie was a lady with elegant social poison. All the girls were jealous of the way she could lead the boys on. This little girlie began quite early to play with dangerous toys. Boys who came to grammar school with feathers in her lid. Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did. And who kissed the little boys and ran away and hid. Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did. Katie never brought her teachers apples every day. Never learned her lessons, but they always gave her A on a report card. Who dug the candy man for candy all the time? Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie didn't need a dime. Katie, 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 Katie went away to college, not in search of knowledge. She was after lots of fun, love, and laughter. Katie, 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 Katie didn't crack a book. Professors took one look. Sad to say they tossed their books away. Who made the football team break training in the spring? Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie didn't, Katie did, Katie didn't do a thing. And who rushed the banker's son and made him steal a kiss? Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie didn't miss. Katie did a lot of things that horrified the nation, just to follow her around with a liberal education. But who got the banker's son and 50,000 quid? Katie did, Katie did, Katie did, Katie didn't. You bet your life she did. She went and joined the 22nd Marines, and you should see what Katie did.
Yes. Okay, Bud. Thanks. We'll come right down to your office, huh? Oh, this is Frederick McCommerce, president of the Chamber of McGee. Huh? What's the matter with you? Don't you hear good, Bud? Oh, never mind. I'll see you shortly, and much obliged. Come on, Molly. We're going down to the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, I think you're jumping at conclusions, McGee. I'm still not convinced this isn't a legitimate business here.
Yeah? Well, then why should that miner sell you a half interest for $150 and sell Uppy the other half interest for $500?
Well, maybe one half is bigger than the other.
Oh, this is serious, Molly. The people of this town have got to be protected against these racketeers. And by George...
Hi there, kids. Can I speak to you a minute?
Oh. What's on your mind, Mr. Oldtimer?
Whatever it is, make it snappy, Gramp. We got places to go, people to see, and things to do. So don't dally-dilly.
Won't keep you about a minute, Johnny. Just want to know what you kids want for Christmas. Name it and you can have it.
Oh.
Sky's the limit.
Oh.
Yes, sir, you've been good to me.
Oh, now. You mustn't get us anything for Christmas, Mr. Oldtimer. You save your money.
Sure.
Go on, daughter. I'm up in the books now. Anyways, I soon will be.
Yeah?
Just bought a half interest in the beauty clay mine. What's the matter?
Well, Molly, you convinced now?
You win, McGee. The only thing I know of that has 3 halves is a Western cantaloupe.
Hey, what is this? If I'd known you were going to talk over my head, I'd have worn my stilts.
You've been taken for a buggy ride, old-timer, that's all. A nice, old-fashioned, fringe-top, rubber-tired, feet-on-the-dashboard buggy ride.
How much did you pay for your half interest, Mr. Oldtimer?
$75, daughter.
Oh.
It was a squeeze, but I dug it up. Great investment, too. You realize what $50 invested...
30 years ago with Henry Ford would amount to today? Yes, we do.
You've been gypped, old-timer. That beauty clay mine is a fake.
No, don't say that, kid. Don't say it. That $75 was the last cent my boy Rance had in his piggy bank.
How terrible. It wasn't even your own money.
I should say that, daughter. Think I'm going to sink my hard-earned dough in any such silly thing as a beauty clay mine? No, sir. What's more, I'll speak to my boy Rance about this. If he thinks he's going to start lending folks money for any such wildcat scheme, he's mistaken. You wait till I get a hold of that foolish boy.
You see, Molly, that miner of yours has sold everybody in town a half interest in his imaginary mud bank.
McGee, I'm I'm really ashamed of myself.
Oh, well, now, don't worry about it. I'll show that dirty skulldugger he can't do that to any wife of mine. Give me the telephone.
Here, what are you going to do, McGee?
I'm going to call the bank and stop payment on your check. That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, my.
Hello, operator. Give me the First National Bank. Oh, is that you, Mert?
Ask her if she knows what $50 invented with Henry Ford 30 years ago would amount to.
How's every little thing, Mert? What's that, Mert? Your sister threw her husband out the window.
Heavenly days, McGee. Was he hurt?
No, he liked it. He was running to catch a train, and she threw him out the window a kiss. What's that, Mert? Oh, don't answer, eh? Okay, Mert, thanks anyway. The bank don't answer, Molly. But you mark my...
Come in.
Hello. You read Skelton?
No. You read How Green Was My Valley?
No. Small world, isn't it?
Well, the world may be small, but it isn't very exclusive.
Well, this is neither there nor here, Molly. We better get going down to the Better Business Bureau. I'm going to start some action against that phony miner.
Molly. Hey, I just made a wonderful investment.
You too, Mr. Wilcox.
So you bit on that phony beauty clay racket too, eh, Harlow?
Listen, talk sense, will you? I don't know anything about any beauty clay.
Well, now, what's this investment you're hooping it up about then?
Why, new linoleum for my kitchen and laundry room and dinette and entry. I figured that with Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to protect it and keep it beautiful, it was probably the best investment I could possibly
You mean you didn't know anything about that fake miner and his miracle muck?
Why, no. No, what's it all about?
Oh, it's a confidence man that's been going around town, Mr. Wilcox. Selling half interest in his beauty clay mine. He claims it made his hands beautiful almost overnight, and that if we put it on the market, all the women in the country would
Oh, that's why women don't need to go to so much trouble to keep their hands beautiful?
Now, just take it easy, folks. You know what Confucius say? When advertising is inevitable, sit back and enjoy same. Why, Mr. Wilcox, don't women have to go to so much trouble to keep their beautiful hands beautiful?
Well, look, primarily because beauty is simply a matter of protection. If women don't have to rub and scrub floors, and nowadays they don't because Johnson's self-polishing glow coat has made the care of linoleum surfaces a mere matter of pouring out a little liquid, spreading it around, and letting it dry. Why, there's no excuse for rough, red, scrub bucket hands anymore. Well, you might almost say that glow coat is a beauty treatment for housewives as much as it is for linoleum. Well, I'll see you later.
That guy is so loyal to the Johnson Company that... Say, did you ever notice how straight he holds himself when he walks?
Yes. He's quite athletic, isn't he?
Athletic, my eye. He wears linoleum underwear.
I don't believe it. And anyway, this isn't getting my $150 back.
Oh, I'll pay it, eh? Well, come on, let's get down to the Better Business Bureau. I'll show that. Well, I said it. Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. I can't stop and chew the suet with you now. I got to transact some important business, and
Me too, I betcha.
Huh?
Huh?
I says, huh?
And I says, huh?
Listen, sis, will you please go on home? I got to run downtown and
So
see...
you're going to run all the way?
No, I ain't going to run.
You said you were. And when you tell a little child something, mister, you should never...
Dad, rat it, sis. I didn't mean I was going to run. I just meant that I was...
You couldn't do it anyway, I betcha. You smoke so much, you're too short-waisted.
You mean short-winded.
No, you're long-winded. But I bet...
Now, look, sis, I haven't got time to stand here and swap vaudeville with you. I got a civic duty to perform. There's a fake miner in town.
Did you ever do any mining, mister?
No, I didn't. And what's more...
You ought to, I betcha.
Who said so?
Everybody. They say it's high time Taylor McGee started mining.
Mining what?
Minding his own business. And they say...
I don't care what they say. And you better get out of here before I take you across my knee.
Oh, will you, mister? Will you, please? Will you?
Will I what? Take you across my knee?
Yeah, and tell me a story.
No, I won't. I told you 100 times I got to go downtown on business. I haven't got time to tell any story.
Not even a short story,
No. Oh, well, all right. Once upon a time, there was a very busy man who was trying to get something done, and he kept being pestered by a little nuisance from across the street
So one day he took her by the scruff of the neck and the seat of the...
Oh, goodbye, mister.
I'd have done it, too.
Martha Tilton singing Jim.
Why am I sitting alone tonight when I could be out where the lights are bright? It's all because of him. It's all because of him. Why am I wasting these precious years? Why am I crying these bitter tears? It's all because of him. It's all because I'll go on carrying the torch for Jim.
Well, where is the Better Business Bureau, McGee?
Down in the next block. And I still can't understand, Molly, how you should have been so Gulliver as to fall for that yarn about a beauty clay mine.
Well, I don't know, McGee. I guess I'm inclined to take people at their face value.
Yeah, maybe that's why I was never any good as a salesman. My face didn't have any. Didn't I do that right? Hi, Billy.
Hello, Mr. Mills.
Hi, babe. Hello, Skimp. Hi, babe.
Hi.
Make it snappy, Billy. We got to get downtown. Just wanted to say goodbye. I'm retiring.
Retiring?
What you mean, William? Skimp, I'm leaving the music racket flat on its arpeggio. I've hit the jackpot.
You mean you've come into money, Mr. Mills?
You ain't strumming Nola, Mommy. Drop over at the house tonight. I'm going to dynamite my piano. Hey, what is this, Billy? Just made a smart investment, Skimp. Beauty clay. Gonna make $1 million. From now on, you take the low life, and I'll take the high life, and I'll be...
Oh, hold everything, Mr. Mills.
Hold everything. Well, look, Maestro, I don't like to intrude on your dream world, but Molly bid on that beauty clay thing, too. It's a fake. It's a gyp. It's a fraud. It can't be. I got a half interest. Cost me 400 fish. You positive?
Well, we're on our way right now. We're on our way right now to the Better Business Bureau, Mr. Mills. You better come with us.
Yeah, I can't. I gotta get home. See you down there later. So long. Hey, wait a minute. What do you gotta get home for? I've already lit the fuse under the piano. Gotta put it out. Got them all.
He took the bad news like a little man, didn't he, dearie?
No, why not? All his life he's had to face the music. Don't you get it, Molly? I says...
It ain't funny, McGee.
Well, maybe it ain't, but a joke as old as that is at least entitled to respect. Come on, let's go. I can't let that crook circulate too long. He'll tell everybody in town a half inch.
Oh, McGee. Here comes Mr. Wimple.
Oh, sure. What you will run into when you haven't got your flip gun.
Hello there, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Well, you look kind of battered and bruised, Mr. Wimple. Did you have a bad fall?
Yes, I have, Mrs. McGee. A bad fall, a horrible summer, and a simply lousy spring.
Well, you sure got a profusion of contusions, Wimple. What happened to you?
Oh, I got those in a steeplechase yesterday, Mr. McGee.
Oh, I didn't know you were a horseman, Mr. Wimple.
I'm not really, Mrs. McGee. It's something I said offended Sweetie Face, my wife.
Oh.
She ran me out of the house, down to the corner, into the church, up on the roof, and chased me 4 times around the steeple.
See, that's tough, Wimple. What did you say that aroused the little woman's fury?
Oh, it's so silly. I just told her I thought I'd give up my CPA work and join the Navy. And she said, "You're no certified public accountant." And I said, "No, but I'm constantly pushed around."
Why, you poor thing. Don't you ever have a peaceful moment at home, Mr. Wimple?
Oh, of course I do, Mrs. McGee. In fact, I expect to go home right now and curl up in a corner with a good book.
Oh.
What book, Wimple?
Webster's Unabridged.
Oh.
She throws it at me whenever I come in the door. Well, goodbye, folks. You must drop in some time for a game of bridge. Wouldn't we be a gruesome foursome?
McGee, I sometimes suspect Mr. Wimple brings most of his troubles on himself.
Of course he does. Old 4th of July Wimple, the punk that starts the fireworks. Oh, well, I got troubles of my own, Molly. Here I am gabbing away when I ought to be helping protect the city against confidence men.
Well, you can get started any time. Here's the Better Business Bureau.
Oh, yeah. Well, come on. Let's hurry in.
Oh, heavenly days, McGee. It's a mob scene here.
Everybody in town must have got taken by that mud-pack mastermind. Boy, and does that burn me up.
It must be pretty important, McGee. Look, Mayor Latrivia's over there at the desk.
Ladies and gentlemen, it has come to our official attention that many of you have invested more or less heavily in a confidence game promoted by a certain alleged miner. It seems that he started his operations early this morning and was only apprehended by the police late this evening.
That makes them a bunch of all-day suckers, don't it, Latrivia?
Cut that guy up.
Was any of the money recovered, Mr. Mayor?
I'm happy to report, Mrs. McGee, that the major portion of all losses will be refunded.
Great stuff, Latrivia. I come down here to help you run that phony miner down, but it looks like you were on the job, all right.
Yes, we endeavor to keep in pretty close touch with any new racket, Mr. McGee.
I put in $150 for a half interest in the Beauty Clay mine, Mr. Mayor.
I know you did, and perhaps this will teach you the value of our slogan, Mrs. McGee.
What is your slogan, Latrivia? If you don't save your dimes, you'll never move into better quarters?
No, McGee.
Oh.
Our watchword is before you invest, investigate.
Before you invest, investigate.
That's right. Here, Mrs. McGee, allow me to return your check for $150.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. Look, McGee, I got it back.
Now, that's swell, Molly, and I hope that'll teach you a lesson.
And here is your check for $500, Mr. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Latrivia. Well, come on, Molly.
Wait a minute. Hold on a minute.
What's the matter, dear?
Don't get mushy with me. And you had the nerve to be mad at me for buying it.
Oh, I wasn't mad at you, Mom. I was sore at that miner. He had no business selling any half interest after I went and bought the whole mine.
In many ways, I think the women in this country are the luckiest in the world. They have more liberty and freedom, greater equality than elsewhere. They have more leisure time and more interesting things to do during that free time. Speaking as a man, I'm certainly for it, and I'm glad to be working for a company that has made contributions in that direction. The original Johnson's wax itself was certainly a labor-saving aid in housekeeping. Johnson's self-polishing glow coat was surely another. Think back for a moment to those floor-scrubbing days before Glow Coat came along to protect and beautify kitchen linoleum floors. Now, because Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing, you just apply and let dry. And not only do you save hours of work, but your linoleum lasts much longer. Glow Coat is so popular, there are, of course, imitations available. But there's only one Glow Coat. If I were you, I would always insist upon it.
McGee, where have you been?
Oh, who, me? Oh, I've been down to the county jail. I gave that confidence man a darn good talking to, too.
You think it did any good?
Absolutely. He was so sorry and full of remorse, you know what he done.
What'd he do?
He sold me a solid gold watch for only $5. You see? It's every bit as good as my own.
It should be. It is your own.
Yes, sir. What? Oh, my gosh. Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night, and reminding you that America's first line of defense is you and your support. So invest to the best of your ability in defense saving bonds. Good night.
Whether your car is new or 10 years old, it will pay you dividends to keep it polished with Johnson's Car New, the new auto polish that both cleans and polishes in one application. Car New is a time and money saver. It's a liquid. After the car is washed, massage Car New lightly over the finish. Let it dry, wipe it off. It's fun driving a car that shines like new. Ask your regular wax dealer, auto supply store, or service station for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the National Broadcasting
Gray,
Company.
your Texas Ranger, has asked me to ask you to have some Wheaties. Yes, have some Wheaties, because it's National Wheaties Week. The week when everybody goes out and buys a box and enjoys a dish of America's famous whole wheat flakes. Start early in National Wheaties Week, so you'll have time to buy 'em and eat 'em and buy some more and eat some more. It's National Wheaties Week. Remember, it's National Wheaties Week.
Come on, everybody, to the Wheaties party. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Dance together, cheek to cheek. This is National Wheaties Week. Eat a lot of Wheaties like the champions do. Wheaties, a breakfast of champions.
Our next broadcast is the brainchild of American comedy duo George Burns and real-life wife and partner Gracie Allen. In September of 1934, their 30-minute program premiered as The Adventures of Gracie. The title changed in 36, and from 36 till 50, the series switched back and forth between NBC and CBS until it was canceled. They re-emerged on television with a successful situation comedy which lasted from 1950 to 1958. Ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present Burns and Allen on HOJO Radio.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got
company. This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castile. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen. Our guest star, Ray Milland, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. Now, meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Well, it's morning in the Burns home, and as George comes into the living room, he is greeted by a very excited Gracie.
Oh, George, I've got the most sensational news. You'll never believe it.
What is it?
Well, what's the most unbelievable thing you can think of?
Hitler's going to be a guest star on Eddie Cantor's program.
No. More unbelievable than that.
Well, what?
Tootsie Stagwell is going to get married.
That I don't believe. Nobody would marry that dame.
Why, George, Tootsie's very attractive. She has a perfectly balanced face.
Balanced?
Certainly. What if her chin does recede? Her teeth stick way out?
Yeah, that sort of makes it balanced.
Yeah, and her figure is pretty, too. You just ought to get a look at Tootsie in a sweater. You've never seen such beautiful ribs.
Yeah, she's a dream. Who is she going to marry?
A soldier. He just got back from 6 months in the jungle, and Tootsie was the first woman he saw.
Ah, the poor kid.
We're going to have the wedding right here in this room. Oh, that reminds me. I better call the locksmith.
The locksmith?
Yeah, the lock on that door doesn't work, and Tootsie has lost so many men that way.
You think of everything. Now, Gracie, would you just put the wedding aside? I've got some wonderful news for you.
What is it, dear?
Well, there's going to be a very big bond rally tonight, and you and I are going to help out with the entertainment.
Oh, wonderful. We want to do everything we can.
Yeah, but just listen to this. The man in charge of the bond rally is coming over to see us. You'll be terribly excited when you find out who he is.
Who?
Ray Milland.
Ray Milland? Yeah. He's kind of cute.
Kind of cute? Most women are nuts about that guy.
Oh, well, that's only because they aren't married to you, darling.
Really?
Sure. Would any woman in her right mind prefer Ray Milland to George Burns?
So he doesn't excite you,
Oh,
huh?
of course not. Does the tiger's mate get excited when she sees a chipmunk?
You'd rather have me than Ray Milland, huh?
Oh, sure. Youth and good looks aren't everything.
No, I guess not.
Women may be crazy about him today, but will they be crazy about him 10 years from now? Or when he gets to be your age?
Well, never mind.
Oh!
Hey, Ken, why, is that Milland already?
No, it's probably the happy bride. I'm expecting her. Come in. Oh, Gracie! Oh, Tootsie.
Oh, no.
It's off, Gracie. My marriage is all off.
But, Tootsie, that soldier boy, you told me.
I know, but he isn't going through with it. He decided he'd rather go back and fight the Japs.
Oh, the coward.
Well, I'm going into the library. Call me when Ray Milland gets there.
Oh, Gracie, I guess I'll just never get a husband. I thought sure I had this one.
Oh, me too. I wonder what he sees in those Japs anyway. They all have yellow skin and buck teeth and wear glasses. You don't wear glasses.
Gracie, what am I going to do?
Oh, Tootsie, you've been going about this wrong. The trouble with you is that you'll marry any man.
Well, what else is there to marry?
Well, that isn't what I mean. You should set your cap for somebody big, a handsome movie star like Ray Milland.
Ray Milland?
Well, yes, he's coming over here this afternoon. And, Tootsie, I can't think of any reason why you shouldn't marry him.
Marry him? Oh, but Gracie, I've never met the man. I don't know anything about him.
Well, I'll tell you everything you want to know. He's about average height.
That's enough. I'll marry him.
Well, fine. Well, that's settled. And, Tootsie, I'm sure you'll find it just as easy to get Ray Milland as any ordinary man.
Gee, I hope not.
Hello, girl.
Oh, hello, Bill.
Oh, Bill, you're the first to hear the news.
Oh, really? What news?
Well, Tootsie Sagwell and Ray Milland are going before a justice of the peace.
Oh, well, what's he suing you for, Tootsie? Assault and battery?
Oh, he's not suing her. He's marrying her.
Oh, come now, Gracie. Ray Milland marry an old maid like Tootsie?
He's not marrying an old maid. He's marrying a bachelor girl.
Well, yeah, but maybe he'd like one that looks less like a bachelor and more like a girl.
You're just bitter because you've lost, Tootsie. Be a good sport.
Well, okay, Gracie. Congratulations, Tootsie.
Thanks, Bill.
Say, Tootsie, I suppose by and by you'd like to present your husband with a little bundle of happiness. Well, listen, if you would, have a little talk with me first. Well, certainly, Toots, I can get you a bundle of Swan soap at a moment's notice.
Oh, Bill.
Every bar of Swan is a real bundle of happiness. It helps you get your work done more easily because Swan is the new white floating soap that's 4 soaps in 1. The soap for your hands and face, the soap for bathing the baby, the soap for your dishes, and for your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in 1, a great wartime buy. A real bundle of joy.
But, Bill, I had another kind of bundle in mind. You know, the kind you always say to bathe with Swan.
Oh, you mean a bundle of dishes? Oh, sure. Swan's perfect for dishes, loads of suds, and real protection for your hands at the same time. You see, Swan is so mild and gentle that your hands never get that dish panty look. Swan helps keep them looking lovely.
Well, Bill, Tootsie doesn't mean a bundle of dishes.
No?
She means the kind of bundle the stork brings. You know, something that'll look like Tootsie.
Oh, a baby stork. No, you better stick to Swan, Tootsie. You can't break a stork in two and use half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry and half in the bathroom for your tub or shower. Well, girls, so long.
Oh, Bill, just to show there's no hard feelings, will you be the best man at our wedding?
By far.
Gracie, I wish Ray Milland would hurry and get here. I'm so excited.
Well, I'll go upstairs and get my wedding dress for you to be married in, Tootsie.
Your wedding dress? Oh, but Gracie, I'm 2 feet taller than you.
Oh, well, that's all right. Instead of putting orange blossoms on your head, we can drape them around your legs.
Gracie, you're so clever.
Time for Felix Mills and his orchestra. Tonight with the Swantet, a bright Mills arrangement of In My Arms.
His cousin had sent him a sweater, and his sister wrote a letter. But he wanted something much better, this boy who was sailing away. For his buddies were there with their sweethearts, all around him with their sweethearts. Now he'd never had any sweethearts, and over he'd say, In my arms, in my arms, in my arms, ain't I never gonna get a girl in my arms. In my arms, in my arms, in my arms, ain't I never gonna get a bundle of charms. Come the dawn, I'll be gone, I just gotta have a honey holding me tight. You can keep your knitting and your purling if I'm a-gonna go to Berlin. Give me a girl in my arms
Well, while unsuspecting Ray Milland is on his way to the Burns home to discuss the bond rally, Gracie is giving Tootsie her last-minute instructions.
Now, here's my wedding dress, Tootsie. Put it on and meet me backstage at the bond rally at 8 o'clock.
Gracie, am I going to be married right up on the stage?
Well, sure. The people will buy bonds to see your wedding. Just think you'll be helping Uncle Sam win by marrying Ray Milland.
I regret that I have but one life to give for my country.
You better run along now. He'll be here any minute.
You mean I'm not going to meet him now?
Oh, no. It would be bad luck for the groom to see the bride before the wedding. Especially in this case.
But Gracie,
No, Tootsie. I don't want him to set eyes on you until after I've established a bridgehead.
Well, all right.
I can't wait to see if Mr. Milland looks the same in person as he does on the screen.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
Oh, well, you never know with these movie actors, Tootsie. In pictures, some of them wear toupees and girdles and false eyelashes and heaven knows what.
Really?
Yes. And you don't want a husband you have to assemble every morning. My goodness. Between the two of you, you'd never get dressed.
Oh, Gracie, I wouldn't care.
Oh, there he is. Quick, Tootsie, out the back door.
Can I just stay long enough to give him one fast hug?
No. He might fall apart in your arms. Before I even discuss your marriage to him, I'm going to make sure he's all Ray Milland.
Well, all right. See you at the bond rally at 8.
I'm coming. Oh, well, hello, Mr. Milland. Won't you come in?
Thank you very much. I guess you know why I'm here, Mrs. Burns?
Better than you do. You know, Mr. Milland, you look as cute in person as you do on the screen.
Oh, really?
Yes. But, of course, one never knows, does one? Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks.
Go on, relax. Make yourself comfortable. Loosen your girdle.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, come, Mr. Milland. Don't blink your false eyelashes at me.
Mrs. Burns, I don't wear a girdle and my eyelashes are not false.
Oh, well, that's fine. I was just joking. Oh, come on, Mr. Milland. Smile. It was just a joke. That's better. I like your smile. Your teeth are so white and dazzling.
Thank you.
They do some wonderful work these days, don't they?
Mrs. Burns, are you by any chance...
Oh, and I love your hair. It's so soft and nice looking.
Thank you. I grow it myself.
Oh, well, I'm glad to hear it. You're really very attractive, Mr. Milland. I'll bet when you take a girl in your arms, they are your arms.
Oh, yes. Yes. Had them for years. Mrs. Burns, are you by any chance pulling my leg?
No, but maybe I'd better.
Oh, I assure you. No. I assure you that I'm all in one piece.
Oh, well, that's wonderful.
Mrs. Burns, whatever gave you the idea that men are put together with string?
Oh, hello.
What did you ask me, Mr. Milland?
Oh, never mind. I see.
I'm glad you're here, Ray. I've got some wonderful ideas for the Bond rally tonight. I think if I sing a few songs...
George.
Yes, dear?
You're incredibly handsome.
Oh, stop.
Oh, you really are, dear. I adore the way your nose just comes leaping out of your profile.
Gracie, what's the idea?
Well, I'm showing Mr. Milland how wonderful married life is. You see, Mr. Milland, that's the way I always flatter my husband.
Very interesting.
Now, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, there's not another woman in the world like Gracie.
That's exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, you're wrong. She's not as pretty as I am.
Gracie, would you run out into the kitchen and fix Ray and me a couple of sandwiches?
Why, of course, darling. See, Mr. Milland, that's another duty of a wife. She always keeps an eye on her husband's stomach.
Well, it's nice of George to make it so easy for you.
I'll be back in a jiffy.
Now, Ray, don't worry about the entertainment at the Bond rally because I'll sing about 7 or 8 songs. Get this for a climax. You see, I walk on singing, oh, bum, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows.
George.
Oh, my, I love you
George.
so. Love me like a flower.
George! I'm not sure that's quite the thing we want.
Well, you want the people to buy bonds, don't you?
Yes, but I'd rather not use third-degree methods.
Well, you don't have to worry about my song, Ray. I was a riot in vaudeville. In fact, I closed the show with that number.
I can well believe it.
Well, just listen to the whole thing.
George.
Oh, bum, 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 down.
George.
Yes?
Here are some sandwiches.
Stick one in George's mouth, quick.
Ray seems to be a little in doubt about my singing.
Oh, George is wonderful. He can sing anything. He even used to dress up as a bride and sing, "There Was I Waiting at the Church."
Yeah. Gee, I got a terrific press notice in Altoona. I'll get it and show her.
Oh, George, wait.
Yeah.
Don't bring the Altoona notice.
Why, dear?
No, it was Scranton where your uncle worked on the paper.
Gracie, we're in trouble. George is determined to sing as the climax of our show.
Oh. Well, I've got a much better idea for the climax. An idea that'll attract thousands of people and sell millions of dollars worth of bonds.
Wonderful. What is it?
Well, you get married right on the stage.
Married? Oh, no.
Oh, no, wait a minute,
no,
wait a minute.
No.
Wait till I show you the picture of the girl you're going to marry. Here, look at this. Cute, huh?
Cute? Why, this is... Oh, now I get it. This is terrific. The audience will love it.
Oh, well, then you'll do it?
Why, of course I'll do it. What an idea. George dressed up as a woman.
But Mr. Milan...
Oh, it'll be a riot, Gracie. Oh, you're a genius.
I am?
Well, for a minute I thought you really wanted me to marry a woman.
You did? Silly boy.
The people will scream when I marry George.
Yeah. Of course, at the wedding, you'd better call him Tootsie.
Oh, murder, what a name, Tootsie!
Ray, I couldn't find... Hey, what are you so happy about?
Oh, because my worries are over, George. I know we've got to finish for the Bond rally that couldn't be topped.
Well, gee, I'm glad you think so. Thanks for fixing it, Gracie.
Oh, no fooling. It'll be the talk of the town.
Well, it's mighty sweet of you. Oh, bum, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows.
It's cute.
Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying our Bond rally, and we've got some more great entertainment for you. I guess you've noticed that I'm not making any mention of that ever-loving stuff with the bird's name. You know, the stuff that breaks in two. Well, that's because tonight we're only interested in one kind of soap. The soap that's going to wash up the Axis. United States war bonds. And now, I'd like to introduce one of the great personalities of the entertainment world. A star whose voice you've heard many times, and who's...
Oh, bum, 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 down in the garden where the red rose grows.
No,
my,
George.
I love you so.
George, wait.
Oh.
No.
No?
Not that voice.
Well, it's the only one I've got.
Well, yeah, but it isn't time for it yet. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to meet Ray Milland.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Friends, the attack is on. All over the world, your boys and your dollars are on the offensive. The defense bonds and the war bonds you bought during the first and second war loan drives were turned into the fire and steel that held the bridgehead at Salerno. Every last bayonet that swept the enemy from Salamau and Lai was bought and paid for by you. And the invasion bonds that I'm asking you to buy tonight will force that enemy back to the shores of Japan and beyond the crumbling walls of Fortress Europe. This is your invasion. You made it possible. And now that the initiative is ours, you can't afford to fail. Back the attack with the purchase of at least one extra $100 bond each. We've got to dig deep. Dig and dig and dig until we can't dig any deeper. And then dig some more. Remember that every dollar you invest will bring this war to an end just a little bit sooner. I know that all of you have a relative, a friend, a boy you love in our armed forces. When you buy a bond, you're buying him a ticket home. But remember, our enemies are still strong and ruthless. That trip may be a long way off. How long depends on you.
Thank you, Ray. You said it for all of us. And now I'd like to present a fine artist, a man with a great singing voice. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is.
Oh, bum, 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 down in the garden where the fish go.
No, George.
Oh, my,
no.
I love you so.
No, George.
No.
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 Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Jimmy Cash.
No.
The drugstore on the corner, the schoolhouse further down, the little church on Main Street in a sleepy little town. When I come back, I want to see the things that mean so much to me. The baseball games in summer, election day in fall, the kids around the jukebox almost any time at all. When I come back, I want to see the things that mean so much to me. Stopping the car for hot dogs and drinks in paper cups, having so much excitement when the neighbor's dog has pups, reading the Sunday funnies, Dick Tracy's downs and ups. Oh, how big the little things are. Those friendly get-togethers with folks I know and love. The smiling face of someone I'm forever dreaming of. When I come back, I want to see the things that mean so much to
Thank you, Jimmy. That'll sell, Bond. And now, folks, I know you've all been waiting for this. A great personality. One half of that grand team of George Burns and Gracie Allen. A real talent, ladies and gentlemen. No, George.
Oh, man, I love you
please,
so.
No.
Oh.
I meant the better half. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Gracie Allen.
Oh, thank you very much. Now, Bill, you can announce the grand finale of our show, the marriage of Ray Milland and Tootsie Sagwell.
Okay, Gracie. Ladies and gentlemen, Ray Milland will now marry Tootsie... What? You mean that was on the level?
Jealous, huh?
Yeah, I'm jealous.
Well, it's your own fault, Bill. If you'd played your cards right, Tootsie would be carrying you across the threshold tonight instead of Ray Milland.
Yeah, I feel terrible.
Well, you make the announcement, and I'll go to Tootsie's dressing room and get her ready.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we now present the marriage.
Well, everything is ready, Tootsie. Oh, wonderful. Oh, Mr. Milland will always remember me for arranging this. He's a lucky man. Oh, you have a fine character. You're an excellent cook, and you crochet beautifully. Now, what more can a man want in a wife?
I don't know, but I'm going to find out.
Oh, just think, Tootsie. Tomorrow you may be in Winchell's column.
Yes. It'll probably say, what movie star just married which glamour girl?
Oh, and I'll be in on the secret. I'll know that Ray Milland is the what and you're the which. Tootsie, I nearly forgot. Mr. Milan is a little absent-minded, so don't worry if during the ceremony he calls you George.
Oh, he can call me Butch as long as he marries me.
And, Tootsie, don't let him hear your voice until after the ceremony. Let that be a surprise to him, too.
Say, hurry up, girls. Everybody's waiting out on the stage.
Oh, come on, Tootsie. Well, Mr. Milan, here's your bride.
You look great, George. Of course, you could have used a little more padding here and there.
Here's the justice of the peace. Come on, Mr. Milan, let's get started. Take her hand.
Okay. Your makeup is great, George, but you should have worn gloves. Those hands give you away.
Quiet, everybody, quiet. The wedding is beginning. All right, Mr. Justice, say the peace. Well, congratulations, Tootsie. You're finally married. Well, go on, Mr. Milan. Kiss the bride.
Oh, no, I'm not going that far. No. Oh, come on. The show's over. Take off the wedding dress.
Why, Raymond!
Good night, ladies and gentlemen. This is the finale of the show.
Oh, bum, 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 down in the garden where
Hey.
the rose grows.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, my.
Hey!
Hey!
You're George Burns.
Well, sure.
Then what's that thing in the bridal dress?
That's Tootsie Sagwell.
No, you're wrong, dear. That's Tootsie Milan.
You mean that's a woman?
Well, sure.
Yeah, and she's your wife.
But that's impossible. I've already got a wife.
What? You mean you're already married?
Why, sure.
Why, you deceitful man, you tricked me. Oh, you men, you're all alike, wrecking homes before you even get into them.
Well, that's enough, Percy. That's plenty. Come on home.
I'm not going home with you, George Burns. Who knows how many other wives you've got?
Oh, I'm all
America's favorite Mr. and Mrs. George and Gracie will be with you again in a second. And while I'm here, I'd just like to tell you that the real tip-off to just how good Swan soap is the fact that doctors recommend Swan for bathing babies. There's your assurance that Swan is pure as fine Castiles. There's your assurance, too, that Swan is mild. So mild, it's going to be kind to a baby's tender skin. And since Swan is so mild, well, you gals know it's just bound to be a great soap for your hands and face. A wonderful complexion soap. A grand bath soap. I honestly believe that Swan, the new white floating soap, is a great buy anytime, an even greater buy in wartime.
Excuse me, Bill. George, Ray, I've got some wonderful news. Our bond rally was really a big success.
Oh, great. What happened?
Well, Mr. Asa Call, president of Pacific Mutual Life Insurance Company, has given me a pledge that his company is participating in the CBS bond drive by purchasing $6 million worth of bonds for the Third War Loan Campaign.
$6 million.
That is wonderful.
Oh, of course, ladies and gentlemen. It will take millions more to put over this drive, so let's all of us remember to do our share and buy at least one extra war bond this week. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Billy Brown, the smoothest, coolest guy in town. The chicks all seem to dig his jive. Hey, tell us, Bill, how can we arrive? It's easy, Jack. Any gal gets sent when you flash a smile by Pepsodent. You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Pepsodent's new improved formula cleans teeth whiter than ever. Tastes brighter, too. New formula Pepsodent contains IMP. There's nothing else as good at getting teeth white.
You'll wonder where the yellow went when you brush your teeth with Pepsodent.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, our guest, lovely Ann Sheridan, Jimmy Cash, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. Now, meet the people who live in the Burns house. George and Gracie, here they are. Well, it's early afternoon in the Burns home, and George has not yet returned from the office. There's the sound of the door buzzer, and Gracie goes to the door.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Postman. Gorgeous afternoon, isn't it?
Oh, yes. The air is just like wine. Even a teetotaler such as myself can get a snootful.
Oh, you don't drink?
Oh, nothing intoxicating. Nature plays such funny tricks. Here I am, a regular bull, and I'm full of milk.
Yes, I know. Any mail for us this afternoon, Mr. Postman?
Just one letter. Here it is.
Oh, it's from Ann Sheridan.
Ann Sheridan, the movie actress?
Yes.
I'm mad about her. We have so much in common.
Oh, really?
Yes. We both have oomph. I saw her new picture last night. Thank Your Lucky Stars. It was so funny. Every time I think of it, I have to laugh.
Well, Miss Sheridan is coming over this afternoon to talk about our work at the USO canteen. Why don't you stay around and meet her?
Oh, I wouldn't trust myself too close to her. She's so fascinating, and I'm such a mad, impetuous boy. I might lose my head.
Oh, does Aunt Sheridan affect all men like that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, my goodness. Now I'm worried about my husband.
If he's got a pint of blood in his veins, he's susceptible.
Well, I'm worried about him anyway.
There's your husband now, getting off the bus.
Yeah. See, maybe I'd better test him before Aunt Sheridan gets there.
Test him?
Yeah, I'd better find out if he really is susceptible to oomph.
Well, good luck, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. My wife home?
Yes, she's waiting for you.
What's he laughing about? Hello, dear.
Hello, you great, big, wonderful hunk of man.
Huh?
You appeal to me, son.
Gracie, what's come over you?
Oomph.
Oomph?
I'm full of it, son.
You're full of oomph?
Sure. What makes the birdies sing in the trees, son? What makes one oyster run madly after another oyster?
I'm sure I don't know.
Oomph.
Oomph?
I'm full of it, son.
Look, Gracie.
What puts the fire in the firefly? What makes the papa octopus hold all those hands with the mama octopus?
I'm sure I don't know.
Oomph.
Oomph? Look, now, Gracie. You're full of it. You're full of it. Now, please. Tell me, what does this all mean?
Well, dear, Aunt Sheridan is coming over, and I thought I'd better see if you were oomph-proof.
Oh, sweetheart. You don't have to worry about Aunt Sheridan. You're all the glamour I want.
Oh, George, thank you.
Now, have you got something nice to say to me?
Well, sure.
Well, say it.
You have awfully good taste.
Thanks.
Oh, that must be Aunt Sheridan now. Come in.
Hi, folks.
Oh, Bill. I thought you were Aunt Sheridan.
Oh, really, Gracie? A natural mistake. I just washed my hair with Swan soap.
Oh, sure. Can't tell your hair from Aunt Sheridan's. Of course, yours is fluffier.
Well, now, don't kid about it, George. Swan can do anything. Why do you think there's a beautiful wave in my hair?
On account of Swan?
Well, sure. Gave a beautiful wave of Bar Swan, and she's been in my hair ever since.
Oh, Bill.
Well, you can't blame her, George. Swan is actually 4 soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, the soap for bathing the baby, the soap for your dishes, and for your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Well, Bill, I meant that I'm expecting Aunt Sheridan to arrive here any moment.
Aunt Sheridan? Very beautiful girl, if you happen to like beautiful girls. Personally, I prefer Swan soap. What? Well, certainly. Can Ann Sheridan wash a dish like Swan soap?
Well, no.
No, but Swan soap can wash a dish like Ann Sheridan.
Oh, yeah.
Swan's perfect for dishes. Just try Swan in the dishpan or for laundering your fine things. You get loads of suds and real mildness for your hands at the same time. Why, Swan is so mild, so gentle, it helps keep your hands lovely even while you're doing your housework.
Bill, you're suds happy. If you saw Ann Sheridan, you'd fall all over yourself.
Not true, George. If Ann Sheridan begged me to marry her, and I wouldn't blame her, I'd still turn her down.
Well, I can't stand anymore. I'll see you later.
Gracie, can I help it if Ann Sheridan just doesn't excite me? Now, Swan is different. Swan is a great wartime buy.
Come in.
Hello, Gracie.
Well, hello, Ann. Come on in. Ann, I'd like you to meet a very dear friend of mine, Bill Goodwin.
How do you do, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, Bill, close your mouth and say hello to Miss Sheridan.
Miss Sheridan, you're beautiful.
Well, Bill, I thought you preferred Swan soap.
Huh?
Swan soap.
What's that?
What's that? Why, Swan soap, Bill. Swan, the new white floating soap.
Oh, yeah. Miss Sheridan, may I have the honor of breaking you in two?
I beg your pardon.
Bill, it's Swan that breaks in two, not Miss Sheridan.
Gracie, I think this character has a few shingles loose in his roof.
Miss Sheridan, have I known you long enough to tell you that I love you?
You certainly have not.
Have I now?
Bill, I think you better be running along.
Well, okay. Goodbye, Miss Sheridan.
Goodbye, Mr. Goodwin. Awfully amazed to have met you.
Thank you. Goodbye. Closet.
Say, Ann, you want to know something?
What?
I think he liked you.
No. You mean just because he went out with that lampshade on his head?
Yeah, you seem to put people in a daze.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, yes, you do. And, look, I don't want to hurt your feelings. I know you're the girl, but I've got a confession to make.
What, Gracie?
You don't affect me that way at all.
Our tenor, Jimmy Cash, and another top ballad of 43, if you please. Jimmy?
Did I see moonlight and magnolia trees? Smile again, my darling, if you please. Did I hear music on a warm spring breeze? Speak again, my darling, if you please. Did I feel cool September rain just then? If you please touch my cheek with your hand again. When you are near me, I can dream with ease, and I'm yours, my darling, if you please. If you please touch my cheek with your hand again. When you are near me, I can dream with ease, and I'm yours, my darling, if you please.
what time are we supposed to be at the canteen?
In about an hour.
Well, after we serve the boys coffee and donuts, what about the entertainment?
Oh, we'll dance with them, and they'll probably want us to play some games with them.
What sort of games?
Well, the last time I was there, the boys asked me to play a game called Mail Call.
Mail call? I've never heard of it.
Oh, yes, you have. It's post office, Army style.
Did you play it with them?
Yes, but I insisted on the new zoning rules.
Oh, and I wonder if the soldiers really enjoy having girls at the canteen.
Well, they seem to, Gracie. Last night when Joan Leslie and I walked in, they whistled and cheered and stamped their feet.
Yeah, but just walk in there some night without coffee and donuts.
Well, you may be right.
Gracie, I just saw Bill Goodwin and he's Oh, hello, Miss Sheridan.
Oh, and you know my husband.
Of course. Everybody knows Gracie Allen's husband. It's just his name I can't remember.
Burns.
Oh, yes, Burns. How are you, Bob?
Fine.
His name is George. What were you saying about Bill Goodwin, dear?
Well, the guy is nuts. He's marching up and down the street with a broomstick for a gun and a lampshade for a helmet. And not only that, he says he's going in the Army.
In the Army? Oh, my goodness, Anne. You did put him in a daze. The poor boy thinks he's a father.
What did you do to him, Miss Sheridan?
Honestly, I never touched him. I guess he just has a vivid imagination.
Well, it's love. It's love, that's what it is. Why, Anne, you and Bill might become one of the great love affairs of history, like Romeo and Juliet, or Antony and Cleopatra, or Tommy Manville and the Women of America.
Oh, but Gracie, you don't think Bill's really in love with me, do you?
Oh, I'm sure of it. George acted the same way. When he fell in love with me, he was out of his mind.
Gracie, Anne Sheridan doesn't want to hear about you and me.
Oh, of course she does, darling. If I tell her how I handle you, she'll know how to handle Bill.
Well, that's an idea. What happened, Gracie?
Well, in the first place, George was even cuter then than he is now, if you can imagine that.
I'll try.
You know, I used to enjoy chucking him under the chin. Of course, now I enjoy it twice as much.
Gracie.
Well, tell me how you handled him, Gracie. Was he difficult, too?
Oh, yeah. He just swept me right off my feet.
The fiery type, huh?
Oh, fiery. He was simply a blaze. Why, we hadn't been married 2 weeks before he tried to kiss me.
Gracie, Anne doesn't want to hear all this.
And he's still the same ardent lover today. Honestly, Anne, haven't I got the sweetest, darlingest husband in the whole world?
Oh, Gracie.
Well, we'll leave it to Anne. And now look, you work at Warner Brothers with men like Humphrey Bogart, Cary Grant, Errol Flynn, and Dennis Morgan. But honestly, can any of them even approach George for downright cuddliness?
Well, he is a little cuddlier than Humphrey Bogart.
Oh, you bet he is. He's the cutest little cuddliest rascal in the whole world. Isn't he just darling, Anne?
Yes.
Want to hold him for a minute?
No, I might drop him.
All right now, Gracie, this is going far enough.
Yes. Gracie, how can I cure Bill? I don't want him chasing after me and buying me flowers and taking me to nightclubs and sending me candy.
Well, stop him the way I stopped George. Marry him.
No, thanks. I believe in short engagements, but not that short.
Oh, come in. Well, hello, Tootsie.
Oh, Gracie, I dashed over today. Oh, Anne Sheridan.
Well, yes, Tootsie. And meet Tootsie Sagwell.
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Sheridan, it's true. We do look alike.
We do?
Yes. Oh, it's such a thrill to meet you in the flesh.
Why, thank you, Tootsie. I'd like to meet you in the flesh sometime.
Oh, thank you. Well, Gracie, I came over to tell you that Bill Goodwin has lost his mind. I saw him out in the middle of the street wandering around in the traffic.
Oh, how awful.
Yes, I could get killed that way.
You could get killed?
Well, naturally, I was following him.
Well, that settles it. I'm going out and get Bill and bring him back here, and you girls better figure out a cure.
Well, what's he talking about, Gracie?
Well, Anne's responsible for Bill's condition. Oh, I guess there's only one way to snap him out of it, Anne.
What's that?
You have to be deonthed.
Deonthed? How?
Well, it's really very simple. Tootsie.
Yes?
Tell Anne your beauty secret.
Oh, Gracie, she's already as pretty as I am.
Well, you're different and That's just what we need. Come on, tell us how you got that way.
Well, first thing in the morning, I slap my face 20 times on one side and 20 times on the other side. If you do that gently, it keeps your face in shape.
I'm afraid you don't know your own strength.
Go on, Tootsie. Tell us some more.
Gracie, it's no use. I could never get a face like Miss Sagwell's in just one day. She's obviously been working at it for years.
She's right, Gracie. And even if she had my face, she couldn't have my figure.
Well, of course she could. I know where you buy most of it.
No, really, we'd better try something
Oh,
else.
I guess so. Let's see now. We could...
Well, here he is. Nuttier than a fruitcake.
Hello, Bill.
Hello.
You feel all right?
Sure, I feel fine.
Oh, well, then, George, there's nothing the matter with him. Come on, Bill, I'll take that lampshade off your head.
Okay. Better disconnect me first. Oh, sure. Time again for Felix Mills, his orchestra, and the Swantet in the Mills portrait of, well, listen.
You beautiful doll, you great big beautiful doll, won't you let me put my arms around you? I could never, never live without you. Oh, you beautiful doll, you great big beautiful doll. If you ever leave me, how my heart will ache. I want to hug you, but I fear you'd break. Oh, 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 you beautiful doll, you're lovely. Oh, you beautiful doll.
Gracie, what's become of Bill?
He's resting in the next room, George.
Is he any better?
Well, I'm afraid he's still a bit confused, Anne. I took him an ice bag for his head, and he's sitting on it.
That's curing a headache the hard way.
George, I wish these things wouldn't happen. Why can't men admire me for my intellect?
Well, I guess fashion is to blame for that. There just aren't any dresses that show off a woman's brain.
Well, it doesn't look like you girls are going to help, Bill. I better go in and talk to him myself. Bill.
Yes, Ann, darling.
This isn't Ann, darling. This is George.
Kiss me.
No, you'd hate yourself in the morning. Look at me, Bill. I'm George Burns.
Oh, forget about the kiss.
Listen, kid, snap out of it. You're making a fool out of yourself.
I am?
Yes, you're a guy with a future. This craze for Ann Sheridan, this is going to end your career.
What a way to retire.
Let me help you. Really, let me help you. I know how you feel. I can read your mind like a book.
You can?
Sure.
We'll turn to chapter 10. It's a pip.
Okay, I give up.
Did your talk do any good, George?
No, he's so crazy about you can't see straight. Isn't there some way you could disillusion a man?
Sure. I'll give him the I'm not the kind of a girl for a boy like you routine, huh?
That's right. Tell him that you're not good enough for him.
Hey, that's a wonderful idea. Make him believe you're a wicked woman. Tell him you do horrible things. Tell him you chew gum.
Should I, Gracie?
Sure. Tell him you started chewing just to be sociable, but now you even chew when you're alone.
Oh, but Gracie, we've got to draw a line someplace.
Well, why? Go the limit. Make up even worse lies. Tell him that once a man kissed you.
Well, Gracie, to tell you the truth, once a man did.
And I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
Look, girls, get in there and get started. Bill's suffering.
Come on, Gracie, I know how to disillusion him. Bill.
Yes, Ann, dear.
There's something I must tell you. I'm not what you think I am. You haven't seen the real me.
Well, what I've seen I like very much.
Bill, you don't understand. Ann Sheridan may look like a simple, unsophisticated country girl, but underneath that faded gingham dress, she's wearing a silk petticoat.
Well, call me a fool, but I don't care.
Listen to me, Bill. You're too fine, too decent for a girl like me.
Well, couldn't I louse myself up a little?
Let me put it this way, Bill. Look, let me put it this way. Have you got a sister?
Yes?
She's a fine, wholesome girl, isn't she?
Sure.
Then how in the world could you bring a girl like me home to your mother?
Well, she's right, Bill. Bring your sister home to your mother.
Believe me, Bill, I haven't got a decent bone in my whole body.
And it's surprising, isn't it, when she has such a decent body?
No, I tell you, Bill, honestly, I'm no good. I'm just a phony. Everything about me's phony.
Yeah, that's right. Even that oomph business isn't on the level.
Honestly?
Honestly. How can a girl be level and have oomph?
I can't believe it. I just know there's nothing bad about you, Ann.
Look into my eyes, Bill. My awful past is mirrored in them. Come close and see for yourself. Closer, Bill. Closer.
Well, here's where we lose this whole argument.
Look deep into my eyes, Bill.
Wow!
I knew it. Come on, Ann. We'll have to think of something else.
Well, how did you make out?
Well, we were doing fine until Ann let him get within oomping distance.
Well, now what?
Oh, gee, I don't know.
Say, the memory of an old love might save him. Was Bill ever desperately in love?
Oh, of course he was. I'll go right inside and get a bar of it.
I think Gracie has the right idea. Swan soap is bound to snap him out of it.
Well, I hope so. I'm getting tired of puppy love from a guy who's big enough to be a wolf.
I don't blame you.
Oh, I'm sure it'll work. Bill will come around when he sees this bar of Swan. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Ann.
I'm not Ann. I'm Gracie. And look what I've got in my hand.
What is it?
Oh, Bill, it's a bar. And you get subs from it.
Make mine a short one.
Bill, it's soap. Your favorite soap. You know, the soap with a bird's name.
Sparrow? Pigeon? Eagle?
Bill, think of a long neck.
Ann Sheridan.
No, Bill. Swan soap. You remember, it's 4 soaps in one. The soap for your dishes, light laundry, tub or shower, or for bathing the baby.
Bathing the baby?
Yes, Bill, the baby. How do we bathe the baby?
Have we got a baby, Ann?
Oh, no. But Swan is swell for bathing the baby. Don't you remember? You always said the doctors recommend it because it's so mild and gentle, kind even to a baby's tender skin.
Yes, and if it's kind to a baby's skin, well, it must be great for anybody's hands and face tub or shower.
That's right, Bill. Oh, Bill, you're cured.
Cured? Has something been wrong with me?
Well, yes. You didn't even know what Swan soap was.
Oh, don't be silly, Gracie. Swan's the soap that breaks in two, so you can use half in the kitchen for your dishes and light laundry, and half in the bathroom for your hands and face tub or shower.
Oh, that's right. Now will you forget Ann Sheridan?
Ann Sheridan? What do I care for Ann Sheridan?
This is wonderful. Oh, Ann!
Yes, Gracie. What happened?
Oh, he's cured.
Oh, I'm so happy, Mr. Goodwin. Thank goodness for Swan soap.
Swan soap, what's that?
Oh, come on, Ann. We'll have to think of something else.
Gone again, huh?
Worse than ever. Nothing will help us now.
Oh, wait a minute. I've got it. Oh, why didn't I think of this before? And it's so simple, too.
What?
You make love to George.
What's so simple about that?
Anyway, I really don't see what good that'll be.
But, George, you'll spurn Ann, don't you see? Turn her down.
I get it. And when Bill sees that I'm not good enough for George, he'll figure I'm not good enough for anybody.
Well, I don't like it. I don't like it. But I'll do it for Bill's sake.
Okay, George. You run in the room where Bill is, and I'll chase you.
Oh, I wish Mother could see this. Ann Sheridan chasing George.
Well, come on. Now get away from me, Sheridan. Stop chasing me.
Oh, but George, I want you. I need you. I must have you.
Go. Out.
But I can't, George. I can't live without you. I can't. Kiss me.
Oh, go. Out.
Wait a minute. Is George brushing off Sheridan?
Oh, it's working. It's working. Pour it on.
Oh, George, I'm so mad about you. Look into my eyes, George. Look into my eyes.
I'm looking.
Oh, come closer to me, darling. Closer. Now, look deep into my eyes.
I'm looking.
You're my everything, Georgie. My love, my life, my all.
I am?
Say you'll be mine, Georgie. Say it.
Oh, Annie!
George! Oh, my goodness, I've been humped out of a husband.
George and Gracie will be right back, and I'm just going to stay here long enough to remind you that while here in America we all have enough soap to go around, can't afford to waste any. So when you use Swan, take it easy, won't you? When you swan your dishes or light laundry, the instant you get enough suds, that'll only take a few seconds, put the soap back in the soap dish. And make sure the soap dish is dry, because a wet soap dish dissolves the soap, wastes it. And when you give the baby a bath or take one yourself, it's nice and convenient to have Swan floating around in the water. But it's more patriotic to take the soap out of the tub as soon as you have all the lather you need. So what do you say? Let's remember to save soap in every way possible. It's the least we can do to hasten victory. Well, here they are again, America's favorite Mr. and Mrs., George and Gracie.
Oh, I'm sorry, folks. We're a little late. Good night.
Folks, next time you go to the store, get yourself some Lifebuoy, because you're going to like Lifebuoy's rich, purifying lather the first time you use it. And after you use it a week, you'll never be without it. That's right. Now stick to Lifebuoy a while, and you'll be joining in with our gang here when you hear them sing,
the name of the soap is Lifebuoy. You gotta keep fresh with Lifebuoy. So always insist on Lifebuoy. For Lifebuoy really dumps B.O. Yes, Lifebuoy really dumps B.O.
Thank you, and good night, folks.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.